So I think what I decided is last time I was here, I was in the middle of doing this tutorial, didn't finish it, and left off with the expectation of like, yeah, I'll be back and finish this next time, which would probably have been in a couple days, and that was over 6 weeks ago, because life. So I think that I'll just do this tutorial, revisit it, as I never finished it. I think my plan is to start over, which is why I have this loaded. So I'm gonna run through this tutorial again. These three are all just intro stuff, and then we actually start getting the nitty-gritty things here. So, yeah. Spend almost 2 weeks buried in trying to learn Unreal, and then get pulled away for 6 weeks and try to get back into it. It's gonna be interesting to see how much I can remember and how much everything. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah. Yeah. What was a pop-out thing? What was that?
In this module, we will create a UMG widget to display useful information about gameplay in the level. We're going to begin by opening up our content drawer with Control Spacebar. And we're going to navigate down to our third-person blueprint. This is a good place.
Back. I'm going to set this back to normal speed.
To create.
I don't have the brain right now to be able to do that.
Keep our new UI elements we're going to create here. So I'm going to go into the blueprints folder. I'm going to right-click here. And under these options, I'm going to create the user interface. I'm going to right-click here.
Oh, we're already after an interesting start. So it's like, what do you have? This differential. Oh, third-person blueprint controller. Okay, I see. That's where we're different. Okay.
And under these options, I'm going to create the user interface asset widget blueprint. And we're just going to make user widget. This will work just fine for what we need. Blueprint widget, player UI. I'm going to save this and open it up. When I open up my new player UI widget, I see the designer window here. And this represents the 2D screen space that's sort of an overlay of the 3D game world the player is navigating through and doing things in. So here, I'm going to start off by adding a canvas panel. I'm going to look here under panel, canvas, and just drag it into the graph here. So this represents our screen dimensions. And you'll see a few things in the lower left here. You'll see the exact resolution is listed as 1280 by 720. The aspect ratio is 16 by 9. And the aspect ratio is more important for what we're going to do, which is really just creating a proto UI. Like this is just the level designer's version of a UI that we're going to use for this course. So the aspect ratio is good for what we need, and we'll stick with that. So once we have that placed, we're going to add some things to it. We see here in the hierarchy, there's the canvas panel. We're going to add some extra widgets to display little blocks of information for the player. Going to look for a text box. A few different text boxes. We're going to go and add I'm going to search for multi-line. Text box multi-line. It's under input, which isn't really accurate for what we're doing, but it works. We're going to just drag this into the canvas here. We see it becomes like in the hierarchy under the canvas panel. It's sort of like it's sitting on top of the canvas panel, which is the screen. So I'm going to just edit the dimensions and the screen location. For exact dimensions, it's easier just to use the details up here in the upper left. So we're going to position this at, let's see, actually, let's set the position X at 100, position Y 128, that's fine. Size X, let's do 400 wide. Let's do 100 tall, size Y. And we're going to set some properties up here. One is the background color. We just want some white text appearing on screen. We don't want a white text block. So we're going to look up, there's a lot of properties in this details here. So we're going to do a lot of searching up here in the search field because scrolling through all this will take you probably too long than you want. So I'll type here in the search box. We'll look for, let's see, the background color. Let's find that. Okay, it looks like style, background color. Okay, we see, we want scroll bar style. We want this. Wait, we just want the alpha to be 0 because we don't want to see a color there. So we'll leave that like that. And I'm going to pop in. We'll leave that like that. And I'm going to pop in that. We want this. Wait, we just want the alpha to be 0. Because we don't want to see a color there. So we'll leave that like that. And I'm going to pop in some text just so we can see, not the actual text we're going to display in game, but we're going to be seeing like the body of characters so they can appear on screen if we're doing debugging or anything. So I'm just going to type in a bunch of capital X's. So we need to set up a few things to make this look as we want in game. One thing we want to do is we want to set up the right fonts. So under style and font, we're going to set Roboto, one of the default Unreal fonts. And you'll notice it doesn't update when I choose the font family fonts. And you'll notice it doesn't update when I choose the default Unreal fonts. Font, we're going to fonts. So under style and font, we're going to set Roboto, one of the default Unreal fonts. And you'll notice it doesn't update when I choose the font family.
Oh, what just happened? This is the content. Oh. Segment show, font family. I don't know if I have a font. I don't know if I have that option. So I don't know what I can pick. Wait, why is there style and style? Hold on. Oh, that changed anything.
And font, we're going to set.
Yeah, they have more fonts there than I do. No results. Check your filter. I have no filter, and it's there's nothing there. Another thing, I don't have any fonts. I don't want to create any one. Well, seems like it's at least displaying something, so I guess we'll just stick with whatever the default is. It's kind of not the point of this tutorial.
Vado, one of the default Unreal fonts. And you'll notice it doesn't update when I choose the font family. And we're going to do regular's fine. We want a size of like 20. And you'll notice like it's actually updating the details panel, but not here in the designer window. We have to compile to see the changes. Now we see there's a, whoops, I moved it by accident.
Oh,
we want to see that this text is wrapping, not that there's a scroll wheel there. That's kind of a...
this is one of the problems I was having earlier. Hmm. Jump in, show engine content. Oh, okay, maybe. Is that a checkbox I'm missing, maybe? Where did it go? Show engine content. Aha! There we go. That's what I was missing. Neat. Hey! Nice.
more of an interactive UI than what we're going for. So like, again, like we're not going to scroll through all these details. We're just going to type in wrap. And we find auto wrap text. That's good. Default wrapping, not really working for us. So we're going to type in per character wrapping, and we can see that updates without compiling. But I'm going to compile and save this anyway. Such as shows us where our objective will appear. If we tell the player to go somewhere to a specific location or interact with something specific, it'll appear here. And we're going to name this something recognizable because we're going to be scripting stuff, the contents of this text box to change later on. So we're going to just rename this to something that's more appropriate. We'll name this objective 1 text. And I want 2 of these because say I don't think we'll use it in this course. We might, but it's good to know like where you might have more text for the player to be shown, maybe 2 objectives at once, that kind of thing. So I'm just going to copy paste this with Control C, Control V. Then I'm going to move this down to a location below the first one. Just look at the details so we can align this here. Position X, 100. And that's fine for what we're doing right now. So I'm going to compile and save that. And I'll rename this to, again, something more useful and memorable. Name this objective 2 text. Compile and save that. So now when we zoom out to see our whole screen window, we can see when the player is playing. If there's any objectives they need to be notified of, they'll be up here in the upper left-hand corner. The next kind of information we want to add to the player's UI is more narrative information. We're going to call it a narrative text block. And this represents where later on we might have information conveyed to the player through in-game events or perhaps some actual audio file dialogue spoken by their characters, that kind of thing. So for that reason, we're going to differentiate its location and its appearance a little bit so the player knows kind of what kind of information is being shown to them. in this prototype phase. So I'm going to add a border element in the center of the screen. And I'll just position it at 560 and 800. And we'll align it to the center here. On the left. I'll resize this larger because it's going to. I'll resize this on the left.
What they do with left?
I'll resize this larger because it's going to act as kind of a backdrop to the narrative information. So we'll do that 800, and we'll do this to 220. And we want the color to be black because white text is kind of our preferred method of showing text on screen. So we're going to make this just black.
Content, color, opacity.
And we'll also show it as black here under the appearance. We'll set brush color to black. There we go. And I'll just compile and save that. And on top of this border, we're going to have some narrative text showing. So I'm going to do a search here for text block. We'll just use right here, simple static text widget. I'll place it here in the center and position it inside this border. I'm just going to enlarge this so when text appears,
I wonder why they didn't parent it.
It will fill up this border. And I don't want it starting on the left. Actually, I'm going to make this appear in the center. So I'm going to close some of these, appear in the center. And I don't want it starting on the left. Actually, I'm going to make this appear in the center. So I'm going to close some of these so I can see what's going on. And let's see, I'll just do a search here for justification center. There we go. I'll compile and save that. So yeah, we'll update information in this text block during the course of the game. One last quick step here at the end of this phase, we're going to see how our UI looks in game. So to make that happen, we need to do a little communication between blueprints. So I'm going to navigate to my content browser and open up our player character, which is right here under the NMC.
Starter pack. ASP character. For ASP character. It's probably that one.
Starter pack for this course, UE4 ASP character. Open this up, and for the sake of organization, I'm going to create a new event graph. Not necessarily.
I want is that event graph. New graph. Okay.
But I'm just doing this for organization. Naming it UI. And we just need to do a little bit of setup here. So I'm going to add an event begin play. So when the game begins, we add a UI to the screen. A specific widget, in this case, the one we created for the UI. I'm going to do create widget. So I create my widget here, begin play. I'm going to select. It automatically populates it with relevant widgets. Here's our BPW_player UI. choose that as a class. Then I'm going to drag off the output return value, promote this to a variable so we can get this later for changes elsewhere in the other blueprints in the game. Name it player
Keep that.
return value.
What's a variable? I'm at
Promote this to a variable so we can get this later for changes elsewhere in the other blueprints in the game.
okay.
Name it player UI widget.
So
Then lastly, now that we have this widget, we're going to add it to the viewport. So if I drag off of the variable here, I'm going to look for add to viewport.
at the viewport.
And there's not a lot of different, well, for our proto UI, there's not different screen overlays. So Z order 0 is fine just as is for our really simple UI. Okay, so when that's set up now, if I go to the game window, the viewport.
Okay, window. Wait, hold on a second. Game world P, okay. Game world P. I mean, I'm very much in a different place, but oh, muscle memory, come on. Brain. Gotta remember just basic navigation. Right, I remember that. Where was that middle mouse? Oops. Don't do that. Oh, crud, where's my notes? Hold on a second. Revisit. Okay. Now, what was that middle mouse button thing? I gotta remember what it was called. Because yeah, it was like invert something, right? Invert middle mouse pan. Yeah, there we go. Okay, much better. Oh, that's right. Thank you, muscle memory. I'd forgotten how to do this. Just moving around. It's like when I was actively trying to remember it, this wasn't coming. But then all of a sudden, as I was getting back into it, it's just like I just did it, and it's like, oh, right, that's what it was. That's how you do that. Where is that starting point? Where are they? Over here? Is that where they are? Yeah, this is it. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Right. Because there's actually like a player start thing or something like that here. Stairs. God, such a mess. Organize all of that. Yep, player start. Where were we?
So 0 to 0 is fine.
And widget.
And there's not a lot of different, well, for our proto UI, there's not different screen overlays, so 0 to 0 is fine just as is for our really simple UI. Okay, so when that's set up now, if I go to the game window, the viewport, and I just start playing, Alt-P, again, we can see that nothing changes in the UI, but we can see that our objectives will be in the upper left-hand corner, and the position of the text block below the main action going on in the center of the player screen is okay. So that should work for what we need.
Else is inverted for
Now that
me
the basic presentation for the widget's set up, we can begin planning functionality to make it usable during the player's progression throughout the level.
Obviously, the text block was not centered, but I think that's just a canvas nesting sort of thing I have to get used to. I know that that's covered somewhere else. Yeah, it's like it's this anchoring thing. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that right now though. Let's just keep doing this. Oh, that's a lot of empty tabs. Close. Useless tabs. Okay, moving on to next thing.
In this module, we will create functions in the widget blueprint to change the information shown in the UI that can be called from the level blueprint during the player's progression. So when we're presenting on-screen information for the player, we need to think about what they need to know. And at times they need to know, what do I do next? So to that end, we include player objectives on the screen, and we define those objectives in terms of things like reaching, finding, retrieving, opening, just for example. We also need to tell them what has been done that has previously been stated. Are player objectives fulfilled? And what else happened in the game? Narrative information. Information about player objectives, maybe some story related to the player objectives that makes them more relatable, more understandable.
This is my mental capacity right now. Is just I'm struggling in such a weird way. Normally I watch videos at like 1.5, maybe even 2 speed, and even more recently, some of the stuff I've been watching is at like 3 times speed, and I'm just like, that's what's where my brain has been. And today, just for whatever reason, I'm like completely slowed down. It's like, I feel like anything faster than this is, I don't know, it's really weird. It's so weird to be playing things at 1 speed for me right now.
And this could be possibly replaced or enhanced with recorded audio character dialogue, as mentioned earlier. These questions and concerns can translate to some useful functionality that we can add to our level designer UI. You can think of it in terms of functionality and use cases. If we create a functionality,
Game objective, eat the patch from munchies. Either munchies or crunchies, or just, swallow the bowl. Digestion's nice too. Oh, Bun's sending me things. Give me a minute. I just feel like my brain is just slow today, and I don't know. It's just such a weird feeling. Hold on. Let me copy image link. Can I just do the link? This is what this is what Bun sent. Where is it? That's made me chuckle. It's like one person says, I spent all day doing side quests instead of progressing the main quest. Somebody else responds, I know you're talking about video game, but this is actually a really good metaphor for my life. Yeah. Where'd we go? Yeah. Oh, man. Brain.
Called set objective. The use case would be, for example, when the player is made aware of an important destination, we tell them to reach a destination. A complete objective could be called when the player has arrived at that destination. We would clear the objective when the player has arrived at that destination and there's an interval between them arriving and then setting the next objective. And finally, toggle objective can be used to just remove objectives from the screen completely when the player, for example, progresses toward the next objective, but that progression is interrupted by a scripted camera event. Back in our widget editor now, we're going to start adding functionality, and we need to check that we can get a reference to the items that we need to get that are present here placed on our canvas. So these are the items I placed earlier in the hierarchy. One thing that you can notice is if I click on each one, objective box, objective text box there, border text block, you want to make sure if you want to change these variables during runtime, that is variable is checked. That will make these accessible in the event graph to the other half of the widget editor. So we want to make that variables too. So once that's set,
oh, they did the border as well?
So we want to make that variables too. So once that's set, I'll compile and save this.
Because you need to toggle it on and off.
And we'll go over here to the event graph.
I guess that makes sense. Whoa, wait, what
I'm just going to
where's the event graph?
Here to the event graph.
Set.
I'll compile and save this. And we'll go over here to the event graph.
Oh, it's on the. Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to delete these and start fresh. So we're going to initialize our UI first. I'm just going to right click here, look for event on initialized. And I'm going to get a reference to our objective one text. If you recall, we had all the placeholder X's set in it. So I'm just going to grab a reference to that here. And I'm going to do set text for multi-line text box.
Text.
And we're just going to leave this blank so it clears it.
Text multi-line.
Basically making it invisible. It'll be a text box present on the screen, but with no content in it. It will be invisible to anybody looking at the screen. So I'll do the same for this. Get to text. Set text blank.
What was the hotkeys for that?
First step of initializing this here. Next, we're going to grab a reference to the stuff that makes up our narrative chunk of the screen, which is this text block here, which I'm probably going to rename now. I'll go back to the designer and rename this. I'll name this.
What are we doing?
This text block here, which I'm probably going to rename now.
Can I rename it in here?
I'll go back to the designer and rename this. I'll name this
Bob?
Border narrative.
Oh, that's border.
And we'll name this
border narrative.
Text block.
You can't name a planet Bob.
compile and save that. And then I'll go back over to graph, and we see the variable names are updated. And I'm going to grab both of these. And there's a few ways I could clear these, so to speak, so they're not visible at the start of gameplay. I could set their visibility to off, but in this case, I'm actually going to be adding a small animation later, which makes the narrative text fade in and out of the screen when it appears, just to sort of make it more clear that the objective information is different from the narrative information. It's just a small flourish, but sometimes communicating your intentions as a level designer it's suited better by adding these small flourishes to communicate the differences in your intentions.
Flourish.
So I'm going to add set render opacity to this.
Render opacity. All right.
Connect both of these variables to the same function. Set it to 0. So if I compile and save this and I go back to our viewport and I press Alt-P to play, we see that all those items are no longer visible on the screen.
I don't know if I remember
because of what we did in that initialization step.
At some point, that character control mouse invert is going to bother me enough that I'll actually go in and see if I can remember how to change it. It's probably is in here. You know what? Just out of curiosity, let's see. Do I gamepad movement? Jump, crouch, sprint. Do they count movement as part of the... Oh, that's just control. Oh, mouse input. I'm staring right at it. Oh yeah, this should be easy. And the Y. Is there literally an invert, or do I do like a negative? Negate float. Now, I could wrap this in like an if statement and set up a config or something, but I don't care enough at the moment. Alt P. Oh, so much better. I'm idly curious. What of I don't even know how to phrase my curiosity, my question. So, just like my own gameplay experience growing up, being like games that you play and the way that game designers built games a certain ways, before options became very common, such as invert Y. I'm curious because this is how I got used to things. So as I drag the mouse down, it moves the camera up so that I'm looking down. As I push the mouse up, it looks up so that I'm looking up. And like this is what I'm used to. I'm curious what it is at what point like different people prefer different things. It's like, why do I prefer this and why do other people prefer the other way? Like, what is it in gameplay history and experiences? It's like, oh yeah, this other way makes sense to me. It's just it's an interesting psychological question to me. Such as the panning thing that I already inverted earlier. That I understand the concept of why people might prefer the other way, because it feels well, no, because this I swipe that way. No, I have no idea, because Okay, well, I thought I had an idea, but no, it doesn't make sense to me now. I was like, wait a second. Now I'm confused. I don't know. That's weird, because the whole mouse, middle mouse pan was inverted too, and I guess that's the default. So presumably that's what most people are used to. And that's so foreign to me, because as it is right now, because I inverted it, if I click the middle mouse button and I move the mouse to the right, the camera is moving to the left. And that's, to me, it's like I'm grabbing a thing and I'm dragging where I click in the direction that I want to. But when it was inverted, it does it the other way. Just, I don't know. Anyway, I'm totally tangenting on silly things that have nothing to do with what I'm currently doing. Psychology. UI, the psychology behind UI design. Oh, interesting.
Next, we're going to create our set new objective visible on the screen because of what we did
correct.
in that initialization step. Next, we're going to create our set new objective function. So to do that, we're going to add a function here on the left side. I'm going to name this set new objective. And we want to be able to pass a couple of parameters through this function here. First one we want is text.
Oh, okay. Why? Oh, oh, my details are on the left. Yours are on the. Okay, that's the only difference. It's like yours are on the left, mine's on the right. I'm okay with it staying on the left. It's just real estate. Interesting. Okay, what were we needing?
Parameters through this function here.
Inputs.
First one we want is text, the objective text. So we can change whatever is displayed in that box that we added earlier.
Objective text.
I'm going to change that parameter name to objective text.
String or text?
And set the variable type to text.
Text. All right.
Next is the objective number. If you recall, in our designer, we actually had sort of objective 1 box, objective 2 box.
Or number.
So I'm going to pass an integer. Let's call it objective num.
Num.
And we'll make this an integer.
Int.
So once that's passed, we're going to make a local variable here.
Does that promote the variable?
Call it L text.
Wait.
And we're going to do a switch.
That's supposed to be a local
on this integer
variable.
right here.
Why did you do L text? Why is it L? I can type, honestly.
Integer right here.
What does L mean? Oh, they're doing it for local. But it's already in a separate... I don't know. Whatever. It's like, why... It's already down here, so why would you... I don't know. Anyway. Switch on in.
In case there's more than one objective passed to this variable at any time. Or passed through the function at any time. Now, we could do 0 or 1, but for my own sanity, this is a little weird, I know. I know that counting starts at 0, but I always use 1 and 2 anyway.
Oh, for one, I remember this part of the tutorial, and I did not follow what they did because I disagree with what they're doing. But that's the developer in me. 2, I don't remember what the hotkey was for this. Let's see, muscle memory, Q. Ah, it was Q. Thank you, muscle memory.
It's just kind of, sometimes you have to find workflows that work for you and don't drive you crazy. And that's one of the ones that I do. So I'm just going to ignore the 0 switch here. And the first objective will always be 1. The second objective will always be 2. No. 0 we just won't use.
I refuse.
So we'll take our objective 1 text variable, drop it here. Take objective 2 variable, we'll drop it down here.
Oh.
And here we'll just do set text.
flexed. Probably gonna need 2 of these, eh?
And we want set text multi-line text box. There we go. And we're going to add our local text variable here. And I'm going to take this as well and put it down here.
Local text.
And I'll just copy paste this with Control and paste. Okay, so that's how those variables can be set up. So the last step here is a little more complicated. We're going to be setting the text style of each of these boxes. And it might not seem obvious why we're doing it right now. We're setting all the parameters of this struct. But it's because when the objective is complete later, we're going to change the
objective. One text. Oh, they're just, why? Why? You should just branch off here and do it again. Okay, so now you have a set
color of the text.
Wait, what? Is that what you have? No. What is your set? What is that set? I don't know what that set is. Text style. Style. Set style. Text style. Set text style. Set text. Ah, there we go. Okay, set text style. Got it. God dang it. There you go. I want you here. There you go. Okay. Oh, probably gonna have to put a variable in for that text.
To green. So right now we're going to make sure that this text style is set up to look like it does in the same way as our default text style, which is like the white letters with the black outline. I'm dragging objective 2 text in, setting the text style here as well.
Objective, no.
Okay, when you do, this is something I've realized, when you do this too quickly, it doesn't actually.
I think I'm gonna put this down here, which means all of this can get moved up. That's much better. Okay.
Edit the variable, it just edits the event graph. Okay, so we'll do set text style.
Yeah. Probably gonna have to pull this all out.
And
again,
this is where we have to add a fair amount of nodes to the graph. So I'm going to simplify this a little bit by making a function. We're going to call this function, which will be a pure function. Set text style, objective, incomplete. So any new objective is incomplete. Hasn't been done yet.
Incomplete.
So the output of this is going to output the struct we're looking for in our other function. I'm just going to call this text block style. Actually, we'll call it objective text style.
Got it.
And this will be a struct. There we go.
What? Which struct? Text block style. Text block style. There we go. Interesting. Textile 69. No pure functions. Conjunction is incomplete. Please complete 69. Nice. Silly mer. This heads to that. They wanted that as a pure function, which they hadn't actually clicked. You didn't.
So we have to add a number of nodes here, where we're going to make all the different elements here into a struct. So this will be make text block style. And then from here, shadow offset's okay, shadow color and opacity are okay at black. We're going to add some more structs to make the font the same. So we'll do make slate font info. And we'll expand this so we can see a little bit more. Okay, font family, we're going to set this to Roboto. That's what we were using earlier. Font material, we weren't specifying. Typeface, it's fine as it is. The size, we use 20. Letter spacing 0, that's okay. We're going to add a drag off here to make another struct for our outline settings. And make font outline settings is here.
That it is.
So we'll set the outline size at 2. Fill alpha black, black for apply outline to drop shadow.
That is actually really annoying. Like, no, I don't want to see your stupid little popover right now. I just. Okay, so. Alright, screw it. There. So I can't see the line.
Those outline materials fine. Outline color black. That's all black.
What did you do?
So we'll set the outline size at 2. Fill alpha black, black for apply outline to drop shadows. Outline materials fine. Outline color black. That's all fine.
I see an outline.
Okay, and then finally we need
black.
Yeah, our default color for the text itself. We'll drag off this color. Add a slate color struct here. Make slate color. Specified color, we'll just choose white.
Color.
And color use rule specified color is okay. Pile and save this.
Specified color, okay.
And we'll go back.
Sure, that's good enough, I guess.
To set new objective. Okay, so what we can do here is we can now take our function. We can see we didn't make it pure.
I did. You didn't.
So we'll go back here. We'll set that up. So we'll highlight set text style objective incomplete. And we want to tick the box right here for pure. It will enable us to call it inside set new objective. The way that we need to anyway. So we'll add that there. I'll just Control C, Control V, paste it here. And
matters that I just
there we go.
have it like this. I don't know why I need to have two of them.
And we have our first way that we can set a new objective. The next functionality we need is our complete objective function. So I'm just going to click on the function box to add this objective.
Complete objective.
And the only parameter we need to pass through this is the input of which objective we want to change. which is our objective num.
Objective nom.
And this was an integer that we established before.
Objective nom. Nom 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 nom.
And same thing, we'll just do a switch here
Switch.
off of 1 and 2.
How about 0 and 1?
So if it's 1, again, I'll just actually grab this variable objective 1, and then objective 2.
Gotta get back in the habit of using the correct
So this time,
Alt or Control
we're going to
for
indicate
that.
that the objectives here are completed by changing the color of the text on screen. White was incomplete, we already established that. So we're going to use green to establish that the objective is complete. So we need to do, again, setting a text style here.
Style.
Pass out the switch on 1 for objective 1 and 2 for objective 2. And we're going to...
Wait, okay. So I'll try something here. Let's see. Set that. Go here. Do all of this. Go here. There.
Make another pure function, but this one we're going to call set text style objective incomplete. To make our lives a little easier, I'm just going to duplicate this.
But
I'm going to rename it and change some of the parameters inside the function.
Set text style.
So this is for set objective
Complete.
complete. Okay. Compile and save that.
Okay, how do I move this up? Can I move this up? Open file shell convert. Reorder. There we go. Set new objective. Incomplete. Objective completed. Technically it would be the I don't care. I want these together.
Okay, so this is, an identical structure to our last pure function. We just need to change a few things. The outline size is fine. Let's change the outline color to white. When it's complete, maybe that'll show up a little better.
Wait, what? Oh, is it alpha? No, alpha's 1. Oh, I'm being a dirt. S-Samerty.
When it's complete, maybe that'll show up a little better. Make slate font info, that's fine as it is. And finally, the slate color is really the only other thing we want to change here. I'm just going to change this to a bright green.
Green.
Compile and save that. We'll go back to our complete objective
I really just eyeball
function.
that?
And now we can just add in
Oh no, I
our
do
new
have a little
set
bit
text style pure function.
Yeah, right there's text. I'm not saying the text when it should show up. Just in the style. I don't need these. These just go over here. This is different. So I guess it really didn't need to have. It would not have taken much time to just build this. I didn't need to copy it the way I did. Oh well. Okay. I don't think I need this. Ooh. What was that? Remember, there was a way to do this. I don't remember what it was though. Ah, Shift Delete. Aha. There we go.
And compile and save that. Now we have our simple method for displaying that objective is complete to the player. Next, we want to make our clear objectives functionality. I'll click here to start a new function. We'll call this one clear objectives.
Objectives.
And this is for clearing all the objectives. It's just sort of a wipe of everything, really. So I'm going to grab both of our objective text boxes.
Get.
And we'll do set text.
Set text.
And we can set both of them with one function here to blank. That's a pretty simple one there. Now we'll create our toggle objectives functionality. I'll create a new function here and just call it toggle objective. And we want to pass a few parameters here because there's a few different ways we might want to use this function. So we want to be able to apply it to, of course, the objective number of our choice. So we'll add the objective num integer again as a parameter. And we'll drag off of this into a switch again using 1 and 2.
There was a Boolean off this too.
And we also want to add the ability to hide the objectives and or if they're hidden, we also want to be able to clear them when they're hidden. That's another possible thing we want to do. So we're going to add two Booleans. One we're just going to call hide.
Whoa, what did I just...
And the other one we'll call it...
Oh, I expanded it. Neat. Okay.
But clear on hide.
Oh, don't tab that. Okay.
So our logic here can work like this.
Clear on hide. Is that what you said?
We'll do an and Boolean here.
Clear on hide.
To check for both of these parameters at the same time. So if hide is true and clear on hide is true, branch check here. In fact, I'm going to disconnect this. This will work better this way. So if they're false, just go ahead and go to the switch. If they're true, we're going to call our clear objectives function inside this function.
Branch and Boolean. And clear on hide. Clear objectives. Oops. Yeah, I don't hate that. It's not great, but it's not terrible. I end up having to move some more stuff around though.
Compile and save this.
Or not.
And the rest of the function is going to be driven based on the value of the hide
72.
parameter. So I'm going to drag this here and add a reroute node. And I'm doing this so I can do two different branch checks based on if objective 1 or objective 2 is desired. So we'll just connect this to 1. I'll just copy paste this branch check and move it down here for objective 2. And this part of the function is pretty much just going to control visibility of text boxes for objective 1 and 2. So on true, we want to set this to hidden. So we'll do set visibility. We'll set this to hidden. And then we'll set this again to visible here if it's false. And I'm just going to grab all these variables and copy paste them. Connect them to the other branch for 2, objective 2. And change the variable here to objective 2. Compile and save that. And now we have the ability to toggle the visibility and or clear the objectives with this function. And now that
Okay. That. Yeah. Or I do this instead. Control R. Oh, I don't hate that just as it is. All right.
we've added all this functionality to the UI widget, we can finish the final phase of this initialization event at the start of play. We want to run toggle objectives.
Just start play. I was down here, right? Objectives.
For objective 1 and objective 2. So I'm just connecting these to that event there for initializing, and we're changing this to 1, changing that to 2, and we're just going to hide and clear on hide in that initialization phase. While I'm at it, I just realized that the objective numbers here, it defaults to 0, which we never want to use. So I'm going to go back to the toggle objective and
not going to change my
the
default
default value of this input to 1. compile and save it. That way, if I go back on my event graph and I drop another one of these in, or call this from anywhere else in the game, it will always give me at least a valid objective. It won't give me the unused 0 integer.
I disagree.
So that's our initial setup there
But that's
using
okay.
the functions that we added to the player UI widget.
There's
We're also
nothing
going to
wrong
need a
with the
little
way
bit
that
of
they're
extra
doing it.
functionality for our narrative block of information in the UI. So to do that, I'm going to go to the designer window here. I'm going to scroll up where we can see the narrative block that we've reserved here on the screen. I'm going to go down and open this animation sequencer window here. Click on add new animation over here on the left. We'll call this fade narrative box. We'll be calling this animation when we create our new functionality for scripting the appearance of the narrative information. So once this is selected here, the animation, I can add a new track. At this point, I want to create a track that controls the narrative border. I also want to create a track that controls the text block narrative. I also want to create a track that controls. Once this is selected here, the animation, I can add a new track.
Border narrative. That's gotta be what it was. Is that where they went? Border. Yeah, okay, I'll name it.
At this point, I want to create a track that controls the narrative border. I also want to create a track that controls the text block narrative. Okay. So we're going to add a track here that controls the fade. And we'll call it render opacity is what we're looking for. There we go. This is kind of long. We don't want 5 seconds. This is kind of a short.
Why did you? Fence. Render opacity. Got it. Render opacity. Seconds.
Transitional animation will make it, let's go with 2.5 seconds. And going to set 1 or 0 here for render opacity. It starts at 0. But I'm going to drag this out to 2.5. Drag this out here to 2.5. And with this key selected on the end, I'm going to set this to 1. So when we actually scrub through the timeline, oops, set that to 0. It should go from 0.
How do I add a key for this value without having to just change it? Can you do that? Can I just say add a keyframe? Time to the next period. Add a new key at current time. Enter. Aha. Okay. Voila. That's all. Okay.
There we go. Fade in from nothing to fully black. And I guess I'll go and change the render opacity, animate the render opacity here for the actual text. Again, we'll choose render opacity. And I'll just hit return. Actually, no, I'll just change this to 0. So we start off at 0.
Yeah, I put a little bit of an offset on there. Where are you at? Like a quarter of a second.
But I'm going to drag this to start a little later. And now I don't need this transition, actually. I'm just going to drag that right to there. And can I select them both? Good. 1.5.
What did they mean? They didn't need this transition.
That's fine. We'll just have it start about there. And want that at 0. And then we want this 1, so it should, there we go. So it fades in like that, and then if we play it in reverse, it'll fade out like that. Now we're going to incorporate that narrative animation into new event for some additional functionality in the UI. We're going to create this as an event, not a function, because it's going to have a time element to it. So I'm going to do create, actually do custom event. Call it display narrative.
Display narrative.
We're going to pass a few variables through this. The first input will just be whether to show or hide the narrative information. Just show as a Boolean. Then whatever text we want to display on screen will be passed through the event. I'll create a new variable input here. We'll call it text.
That's pretty
We'll make
creative.
this a text type variable, and then we'll add one more. We'll just call it a duration. This will be the duration after the fade in animation, how long the narrative stuff remains on screen, and then before it goes away and does the fade out. We'll just call that duration. We'll make this a float variable. And we'll drag off of show narrative, and we'll do a branch check. That'll be the first step in this event.
Show.
And if show narrative is set to true, we want to set the text that we pass to it. So let's find our text box here. And we'll do set text on it. And we'll pass this.
Get set text. True. Text. This
variable right to that function. Next, we're going to look in our variable section over here. We'll find the animation we just made. Fade narrative box.
animations.
Drag this off as a
Oh, there it is. Neat.
variable. And inside this event, we can play it forward or backward. So say we want to display some new information, we'll do play animation forward. Playback speed, let's just speed it up a little bit. We'll do it at 1.5. Maybe I made the animation a little slow, so we can speed it up there. That's convenient. And then this is where our duration comes into play. After the animation plays, and this doesn't actually start when the animation's done fading in. It actually just delays total amount of time that the narrative information and narrative content really is on screen. So from here we can drag off the duration parameter to the delay. And then when that duration is over, we can play this in reverse so it fades back off screen again. Because narrative information, we don't intend for this to be on screen at all times like we do objectives as a constant reminder. This is sort of a contextual in the moment reminder of things that are going on in the game.
Animation. Wait. Why do they just have regular play animation? Are they trying to do it reverse, but there is a play animation reverse already?
Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted play animation reverse. And
I was like, wait.
To that. Playback speed will also speed that up a little. And in case it's needed, if the display narrative is set to show false, we will just play the reverse, just to make it go disappear and fade off screen.
Okay, so we have the duration that comes to show. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, one of these has to cross the other. It's not possible otherwise. So we'll do this one. Down here, I think. No. Let's do this one. Let's move this one down. Hey. Yeah, I like that better. It's a shame these get too close when I do that. Oh. Okay.
With the events and functions added here in the player UI, we have all the functionality we need to show information to the player from the level blueprint or elsewhere in other blueprints. So with that in place, we can next begin scripting the player UI at the start of the level.
Huzzah! Neat. Okay. Next!
In this module, we will initialize the player UI inside the level blueprint, getting ourselves a reference to that UI so that we can script the initial player objectives and narrative events from the start of the level. Shown here is the level blueprint from the previous courses involving all the gameplay in this level that we created. And we're going to create a number of new events for objectives for player progression using the UI off to the right-hand side of these commented boxes here. So I want to start off with a new event to initialize our UI.
All right, so I gotta find this Milltown LD. Because apparently they did not show opening that. Milltown LD. What's wrong? Get the spelling wrong. MILL Town. There it is. Or not. Oh, that just opened us. Oh, that was this whole scene asset. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Recent levels. Now I have to go back and reload game world. Okay, I see the problem. Well, okay. So first what I want to do is I need the blueprint for this scene. Remember how to load a blueprint from a scene. Open level blueprint. That. Yes. Okay, cool. We have that. Now we have to go back and we have to reload the other scene that was, because they're in game world. Game world P. Oh, but now it's not letting me open that. How do you do that? How are you doing that? Oh. Ah! That's gotta be it. Okay, cool.
Add a custom event, and we'll call it player progression using the UI.
Check. trees fall down. Disabled. Interesting.
Pop event to initialize our UI. Add the custom event, and we'll call it initialize UI. And we're going to get some references here. We're going to do a get player character function at index 0. That's the default single player character. I'm going to cast this to the character we've been using as the player's avatar throughout these courses. So we want cast to, there we go, that's our character there.
UE4 ASP character.
Got a couple references. One, I'll just promote this to a variable and call this player character. We might need this one later. And from here, I'll drag off again and promote a new variable for our widget, our UI widget.
Variable.
There it is. And we'll promote this. And we'll be using this reference.
Hello? Why did you do
Call it
that?
player UI, not widget. Just
wait, what? What? There you go. Okay, I must. What did I miss? Why you asked to drag off? Why not drag on? Drag ons are so much more fun. Yes. Yes, dragons are much more fun. Oh. Now my brain is just wondering, it's like, so what's a drag off? We know what a drag on is. What's a drag off? What is a drag off? Oh. God dang it. Oh. Remote to variable. They've already got. They already have a. Wait, what? Player character. Apparently, I already have a player character. I don't know why. Weird.
I'm going to call it player UI. And
Okay.
we'll be using.
That's why
There
I got
it is.
confused. Okay, so. Okay.
And we'll promote this. And we'll be using this reference. I'm going to call it player UI, not widget, just for simplicity. Using this reference to call events, using this variable for our widget. And from here, I'll drag off again and promote a new variable for our widget, our UI widget. There it is. And we'll promote this. And we'll be using this reference. I'm going to call it player UI, not be using this. There it is.
Oh. Maybe it's
UI
not
widget?
set to public or something? Player UI. Answers for casting variables. Get player UI widget. Oh! Oh, this never got renamed. That's gotta be it. Is that why? Get UI widget. There we go. Okay. That's what the problem was.
There it is.
There it is.
And
indeed.
we'll promote this. And we'll be using this reference. I'm going to call it player UI, not widget, just for simplicity. Using this reference to call events throughout the rest of gameplay. Okay, and then at the start of game, here under event begin play, we're going to add a call to that initializing event. There we go. And now we're going to create our first objective event. I'm going to event begin play. Okay, and then at the start of game, here under event begin play, we're going to add a call to that initializing event. There we go. And now we're going to create our first objective event. I'm going to make a number of these throughout scripting of player progression. We're going to name any objective event with a prefix of obj underscore. This one we'll call find way across. We're going to name these short descriptions of the content really of each objective. So we'll do that, and then we'll add a reference to the player UI. Here we'll drag this off, and we'll find our set new objective function that lives in the player UI. We'll connect that there, and we'll type just a plain English description. We'll call it find a way across the river. And I already noticed one thing I'd like to change here for debugging sake, for safety's sake really, so I don't get bugs to solve later. You see our objective number is 0, and really I would rather this was the default of 1, so I'm going to go if I double click that functionally, I would rather this was the default of 1, so I'm going to go, if I double click that function, it takes us back to our UI widget, and I'm going to click here, let me turn off this breakpoint, and make the default value 1. And again, this is a personal preference. I realize that counting starts at 0, but for our cases, I like it at 1.
And
okay, so now if I go, it should always give me a default value of 1. Okay, so that sets the new objective, and after...
Just noticed something. 1 second, I gotta do a thing. Alright, hopefully that fixes that problem. Hi.
The initializing of the UI starts, I'll add a cosmetic delay here of 3 seconds. And then I'll call that first objective event find way across. So let's give this a quick test and see what happens. I'll hit Alt-P to play an editor. After a few seconds,
What did you do?
Analyzing of the UI starts. I'll add a cosmetic delay here. 3 seconds. And then I'll call that first objective event. Find way across. So let's give this a quick test and see what happens.
I see what you did.
I'll hit Alt-P to play an editor.
Oh,
After
it's not happy there. What is this? Search how cannot be found. Oh, probably because I didn't compile this. No. This. There we go. Everyone's happy. 2, 3. Nothing happened.
few seconds, we should hopefully see our objective pop up. And it's been over 3 seconds and we don't see it. So we need to figure out why that is. So let's do a little bit of debugging. If we go back to our player UI, we remember that in our event graph, we had an initialization event here in the player characters UI widget, which not only sets the text boxes to blank, but it also runs the toggle objective.
Graph. What's this? Where's your initial? Oh, the uninitialize. Okay.
Characters UI widget, which not only sets the text boxes to blank, but it also runs the toggle objective function we created, and it calls a hide on it. So what that's doing is, when hide is true, it's actually setting the text to hidden. So
I thought that was backwards, but I was just kind of going with it. It was like, this doesn't seem right. I don't know if they're going to flip it later.
What that means is, when we script things here at the start of our level, it is actually changing the text in that box, but the box is still hidden. So what that means is we're going to be using these functions over and over again throughout the level. We need to make sure they're working right. So let's go back and let's go to set new objective. Whenever we set a new objective, let's assume that it's possible that the text box might be hidden.
Oh, wait.
So we'll always set it to visible.
Misunderstanding. Okay, no, I was right. Set
just to make sure.
What? Objective. Oh, objective text. Oh, yeah.
So with that in place, let's try again and see if
visibility. There you go. Check.
this works. So I hit play, and after a few seconds, our objective, find a way across the river, appears in the upper left-hand corner.
Oh,
just to
that'd be a nifty idea for a clapper. Combine it with freeze spritzer air freshener. When you clap, the dragon's eyes light up and it squirts out a puff of air freshener. That's funny.
As we designed it. So now we know that our objective functionality is working, but how about the narrative functionality that we established also? Let's try that. Let's say during objective find a way across, there's a bit of a cosmetic. Let's make this a little more scripted, a little more flow to it, narratively speaking. I'm going to grab the player UI here. I'm going to do narrative.
Oh, something.
Display narrative. So this is the function we created for display narrative. And we'll add a cosmetic delay here also. And let's set it to 5. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a sort of an experience where the player is given their sort of opening story, the thread of their opening story, right? So we want to display the narrative here, show. And for text, let's say, let's say we're narrating this like in the sort of speaking to yourself. So it says, I have arrived.
I have arrived.
Well, let's try this. I have emerged.
Oh, I've emerged.
From the surrounding woods onto the river's edge.
That you have.
Let's say this is here like 5 seconds. Then let's say
5 seconds is a lot of seconds.
5 seconds later, the find a way across the river objective appears. So let's give this a try. This is kind of the setup. So we can see there's clearly a few issues with the way the text block and the narrative text block appeared there in game. So let's go ahead and iterate a little bit, fix these issues up before we move on. So one of the things is the text block was probably too dark for what we wanted. So let's do a little bit of appearance tweaking here. Let's set the brush color to 0.6 alpha. So it's not totally black. That was a little harsh. Let's set it to 0.6 or maybe even 0.5. Yeah, let's just say 0.5. So that's the darkest it'll get. Not black, but like a dark gray. We don't want to.
Why is my... Is that just because of this? Weird. Okay. What did you do?
That was a little harsh. Let's set it to 0.6 or maybe even 0.5. Yeah, let's just say 0.5.
So... They just set that there, but it has an animation set. Eh? Why am I not seeing? Why is my brush different? Appearance. Oh no, that is their appearance. This content. No, that is.
Let's set it to 0.6 or it's not totally 0.5. Yeah, let's just say 0.5.
Oh, they are setting that under. Wait, appearance brush. Oh, I'm being a derp. I see. 0.5. Okay, so, but we set in the animation that it was set to 1, so is this going to update the animation as well, or is it just...
5. So that's the darkest it'll get. Not black, but like a dark gray. We don't want it to totally obscure what's going on screen. The other thing is we saw the text overran the bounds of its own block and the black border behind it, so that's not really what we want either. So let's do a search for wrap here. And let's click auto wrap text and let's set this to allow per character wrapping. Normally it would be on default wrapping, but we want that as well. So let's compile and save that, give it another try and see how that looks. Okay, we see the narrative intro to the level. And then
What? Didn't work, right?
okay, we see the narrative intro to the level.
Okay. Save. Well. The text didn't get shown. Set text in text. The text box narrative. Why did it not work? And why did it only show for like half a second? That was weird. Two, three, four. What? Alright, what did I do wrong?
Okay, we see the narrative intro to the level. And then the objective appears. So it pretty much works the way we want. It's kind of a nice setup, nice intro to the level instead of just a cold open with nothing. No context for why your character's there or anything like that. It's, at least at the proto stage, it works pretty well for establishing things. Now that our player UI is fully scriptable in the level blueprint, we can move on to creating a HUD to indicate necessary destinations in the worlds of the player. Nothing.
Okay. So now I gotta remember how to do debugging. Okay, so we got a delay there. Find the way across right here. Wait, where's my play window? It's weird. Oh, it's got that still out. Okay. Okay. There's only like 1 second left. Set text duration delay. That's weird. So currently coming in at 5. Just gone. 3, 4. Oh, did I do that? That's what I did wrong. Is that what I did wrong? Ah! That's what I did wrong. Okay, cool. Yeah, easy fix. I just had to... I forgot to set the actual show. Okay. Next!
At certain times during gameplay, the player may need to be directed where to go to complete certain objectives. A level designer may be able to show them by placing actors in the world that mark their intended destination. Let's look at creating an objective marker to accomplish this. So I'm going to go ahead and start by creating a new actor class here in the content browser. Right click here.
This looks like you're under Content Blueprints. Content Blueprints.
Here in the Blueprints folder and just choose Blueprint class and actors fine for what we need. We'll just call this BP underscore objective marker. And we'll open this up. Okay, so we need a few different things here. We need some visuals that appear in editor to make this useful to us, that we can predict how it's going to be used and we can see accurately where it's placed in the world. So we're going to add some billboard components for that. Beyond that, we also need to add a function to toggle the enabled state of the objective marker. That can be called from the level blueprint or from other actors. We also need the functionality within the actor itself to disable the objective marker when the player reaches it. So we're going to add some collision and some collision related events to it for that. And lastly, we need an event dispatcher for when the player reaches the objective marker so that we can drive events in other actors based on that event. So right here, we're going to change, this is the non-selectable billboard that appears when you create a new actor. Typically, I want to replace this with something custom that conveys the level designer utility of what I want. This is a blank scene that I just added. I'm going to rename it root and just drag that there so we have nothing in the world. Now I'm going to add my own billboard that'll show me in the editor viewport. I'm going to rename it root and just drag that there so we have nothing in the world. Now I'm going to add my own.
What the heck just happened?
So you're going to name actors. How it's here. So I need to objective other actor billboard. This is with something custom that conveys the level designer utility of what I want. This is a blank scene that I just added. I'm going to rename it root and just drag that there so we have nothing in the world. Now I'm going to add my own billboard that'll show me in the editor viewport where this actor is placed. So here's our new billboard. I'm going to change this to something more descriptive. The default Unreal waypoint texture. And I'm just going to go and
Default Unreal Waypoint. Oh, wait. This explains why I wasn't able to find these things earlier. I needed that little gearbox icon selected to show engine defaults. Interesting.
Unreal waypoint texture.
That explains a lot of things.
And I'm just going to go and move this up a little. I'll set it at, let's see, raise it to 50. And then I'm going to add another billboard. And this next billboard is going to use a custom texture that I've included in the project files. And this will represent the sort of diamond-like waypoint shape of the objective marker. This will be grabbed by the HUD later for the exact world location. This doesn't need to be connected. All right. And we'll just type in waypoint again. And that's our diamond shape. It's a little big. Let's just shrink it down. 0.5, and we'll raise it up to 200. Okay, and I'm actually going to name this something more descriptive. So we know it's just not another billboard, it's actually the location in the world of our objective marker. So just name it that. Okay, so now we're going to add some box collision that acts kind of as a trigger volume for the player arriving at this destination. Okay, so first, you go to left view so we can see it from the side. I'm going to raise the box collision up. You go to left view so we can see it from the side. I'm going to raise the box collision up to 200. And then for editor utility reasons, I'm going to go in the construction script and allow us to decide once this is placed in the world, it does need to be child of that. Once this is placed in the world, whether or not we want to use the trigger volume that's a child of that. Decide, go in the construction script and allow us to decide once this is placed in the world, it does need to be child of that. Once this is placed in the world, whether or not we want to use the trigger volume that's included here. So to that end, I'm going to make a new variable.
Where did you go? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Call it use trigger. We'll expose it so we can actually change that in the instance. And I'll drag it here. And whenever I add a new variable,
use trigger branch.
I like to add a category to it with the name of, generally speaking, with the name of the actor that it's part of. So if we have to access this actor from maybe the Blueprint script somewhere else, we know which variables are actually part of this actor, and they don't get lost in the shuffle of like all the variables in Unreal. So I'm going to take the category here and just name this objective marker. So we'll drag all of our other variables under that category right here. Okay, so if use trigger is false, what we're going to do is destroy this component, just remove it so it doesn't confuse anything. This might be if this actor is manually scripted instead of using the logic within the actor itself. So it just makes it clear. Also, if we are going to use the trigger, we're going to set the box extents, i.e. the size of the box, with another exposed variable. I'm going to promote this to a variable here and drag it under the same category, expose it, and by default, let's call this something more descriptive than box extent. Let's call it trigger extent. Or just how about size, trigger size instead. And yeah, so let's, now that that's set, let's make the defaults of this. Let me compile and save it so we can set our default values of the trigger size. We'll make it 200, 200, 200. And we'll go ahead and set 200, 200.
That's it. Oh, we have to compile first. I don't think 200 is what he wants.
And we'll go ahead and set use trigger
to 200 is
true by default also.
He's got the other one set to 3.
So next, let's just test our construction script quickly here in editor. I'll just grab my new actor, drag it in the world.
I don't care about that at the moment.
We can ignore that. And okay, it's a little, okay. Yeah, the trigger volume is actually too big. Let's find out why that is. Looks like.
Oh, because you I know why. It's because the objective marker was scaled, but then you unscaled that. But mine is correct.
This was doubled in scale somehow. We don't want that. And we'll compile and save that. And so
Okay, so what did you do? You just drag this right on in? Is that what you did?
now it actually sits on the ground, aligns with.
Okay, why am I not seeing? Or am I? Is it no? Where's the collider? Why am I not seeing the collider? Hmm. Box extend. 200, 111, 32. Why is mine not showing up? Yeah, let's see, that one's there. Oh no, I must have missed something. Let's go ahead and put it. Wait, now this one is not. Now that wasn't showing up. What the? Wait, now. I'm so confused. I don't know why that other one wasn't showing. Okay, or we'll just crash. Maybe that other one was showing up and was fine. It was just some sort of weird bug in Unreal. This is what I want. Thank you very much. Shall we draw that again? Let's this open, please. Thank you. Oh, this. Like that. I need this. No. Same deal. It's not showing up here either. Weird. Add box collision. Oh, interesting. That's weird. Oh, headache. Yes, I would like to reopen all the things that I just had open that you decided to close on, maybe because you crashed. That would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, well, how about we just not rename it to box, I guess? Or apparently if something's named box, it just doesn't work. that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So I guess we'll just have a box one. God dang it. Yeah, sure. Enjoy. Get rid of that. Do that. Keep that. I don't care. Because where was it? Was box and shout trigger target. Okay. What am I missing? Am I setting it wrong here? Trigger size. Did this not have its default set? Where did the trigger size go? Trigger size. Trigger size 200, 200, 200. That's there. Inbox extend. Right. Wait. Is that um construction? No, that's its default. That's fine. What the bloody heck? I'm so confused. Construction's right. What am I doing wrong? Just out of curiosity, can I rename this to box now then? So it's gotta be the script that I've got. Something in the event graph that I'm doing is making it not right, or the construction script, I mean. But box job, channel job. Yeah, I must have messed something up. What did I miss? Target box, use trigger. Trigger size, vector.
That is a little actor.
What the heck?
Drag it in the world. Scrap. So next, let's just test.
what's over here? Trigger size. Why is that not underneath the category? Use trigger objective marker. Shouldn't that be here? Why are these? Why are there two of these? So. Oh, because it's not. Oh, God dang it. Is that what they're doing?
Drag it in the world, and we can ignore that. And okay, it's a little, okay. Yeah, the trigger volume is actually too big. Let's find out why that is.
World settings.
Doubled in scale somehow. Sits on the ground, aligns with this icon in the world. When you make your own kind of utilities like this, that's useful to keep track of those things so you don't drive yourself crazy. And you can use here.
Okay, yeah, use trigger. Oh, there's a setup in two different ones too. Okay, maybe I missed them saying that use trigger is default on. Maybe that's all it was. That makes sense. That's why it kept on getting destroyed. So I wasn't seeing it because it kept on getting destroyed. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I get it. And look, there's a box. Okay, that was a fun little.
So we have objective marker use trigger. You can see if we click it to false, the trigger goes away. And then we can change the size of it here by dragging or typing in values. So that's useful there. So let's go back and add some more functionality to this. So here in the event graph, I'm going to just delete these items there. We're going to add a collision event here on component begin overlap for the box.
Begin overlap on begin overlap. That's gotta be what that is. Yeah.
And because the player, there might be some gameplay where the player walks through this trigger volume, but we don't want it to trigger anything yet. Maybe the objective's not enabled yet. So we're going to add a new variable here called enabled. Drag it into the same category. And this, the events will only fire from this event here if it's enabled. So I'll do a branch check on this. And from here, we will just do a do once node. Typically speaking, once it's triggered from the player reaching it, that's all we need to know. I always like to add event dispatchers for all of my actors. This is no exception. We'll just call this on objective marker reached. And then we want a few different things happening here. So let's do a check. Let's add another branch check here, and I'm going to do some more Boolean conditions. One is if it's enabled, and if a new variable is true, we're going to call this disable on reached. Because what we want to happen here, if this is true, let's see if it's, we'll make it true by default. And enabled will make true by default also. If these are both true, we want to disable this turn off pretty much the subjective marker. So I'm going to make a new function that's going to run right here after this branch check. We're going to call this enable objective marker. And in this function, a few things are going to happen. We're going to pass some variables through the inputs. One, just enable, that's true. And the second one, disable unreached. Because this is likely going to be called, or be able to be called also, I should say, from outside this actor. So we'll set this to true. Not to true, I'm sorry, but we'll set the variable based on that function. Enabled, disable unreached. Then we're going to add another function, a call to the event graph, which is possibility to reset the functionality of this actor. So I'm going to add a custom event here that resets this do once node. We'll just call this reset on enabled. Okay, so here in our enable objective marker function, we're going to add the call to that custom event to reset on enabled. Compile and save this. And we're going to add, well, first let's add this to the right category. Sometimes there's duplicate categories.
Ah, yeah, look at that. Okay. That's why I was being...
Maybe you hit a space wrong or that kind of thing. We can clean that up later. But we're going to add some more functionality here that will enable us to chain objective markers together to enable one sort of as a series of markers that you'll see in the world. So I'm creating a new variable here that will be the objective marker class. And we're going to make this an exposed variable so we can choose a hard reference to it in the level. So I'm just going to make that exposed in the instance and drag it up into the right category there. I'll compile and save again. And here in the game world, let's have a look at some of our properties here. Just going to drag this make a copy by dragging here and move it over to, say, another location in the level. And move it over this make a copy by dragging here and move.
I think you mean alt dragging, I think. Oh, that's what I did.
Move it over to, say, another location in the level. And I'm going to link these two together. Now, we won't be able to see the functionality yet here for, the icons appearing in the world because we haven't done the work on the player HUD. to reference these things, but yeah, it looks like we need, let's clean up the categories a little bit here. Just dragging these into the same category, so hopefully it groups them properly. So if I go back and I look, looks good, but it looks like some of them aren't exposed. It should be. So I'll go in, I'll expose enabled and disable unreached. Those are options we want on each instance. I'll just reorder this a little bit. Whenever you make your own tools, it helps a lot to sort of organize all your variables, the whole structure of the actor class, just for usability. Now that we have our enable objective marker function complete, we need to go back and add it to the event graph. On the true result of enabled and disabled on reach, we want to call this. We want to disable the objective marker, and disable on reach will disable that as well. And we also want to do a check here for next waypoint to enable. If this has been supplied with a hard reference in the level, we're going to check to see if it's valid. If it's valid, it means a user has chosen this as the next objective marker to enable. So if that's true, if it is valid, we will just call enable objective marker on this next one, and it will work sort of like a breadcrumb throughout the level. Yeah, so in other words, we could chain these. This is kind of a test to show how it works. Not a test of functionality, but a test and it will enable reference to the event or enable objective marker function complete this, and just a user has chosen. If it is valid, we will just call enable objective marker on this next one, and it will work sort of like a breadcrumb throughout the level. Yeah, so in other words, we could chain these. This is kind of a test to show how it works. Yeah, so throughout the level. Yeah, so in other words, we could chain these. This is kind of a test to show how it works. Not a test of functionality, but a test to show like how you use these in the editor. This one we wouldn't want enabled to start with. We'd want it to be enabled once the player reached this earlier.
Disable on reach. Enable, disable on reach. Oh, that's what I missed. There you go. Okay.
Objective marker. So if we pick with the eyedropper, we can pick the second one. But there's a problem. I can't pick this. This is important. And when you use multiple sublevels like I'm doing here, you always got to watch which sublevel your actor is placed in. So the first objective marker was placed in the Milltown LD layer, sublevel. But the second one I placed in the persistent, so I can't actually.
I see that. Levels. Levels. Persistent level. How are you seeing that?
Here, you always got to watch which this can pick the second one. But there's a problem. I can't pick this. This is important. And when you use multiple sublevels like I'm doing here, you always got to watch which sublevel your actor is placed in. So the first objective marker was placed in the Milltown LD layer, sublevel. But the second one I placed in the persistent, so I LD placed in. So the first objective marker was placed
is it little star?
in the Milltown LD layer, sublevel.
No.
But the second one I placed in the persistent, so I can't actually select it as a hard reference.
I know. Wait, how do I know which one is where? I don't even know whatever thing you have selected. So, oh my gosh. It's too much. Such disorganization. What's the thing called? Objective? BP objective measure. That's what it was. How do I know? How do I know what world you're in? Or what scene file? Whatever. Sure.
So you want to make sure to move it to the Milltown LD sublevel. Then that way you can actually select a hard reference with the eyedropper like this. So the first objective.
Oh. VLC's random thing going through my freebie sound effects and music and stuff like that. Just happened to play that little ding 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 song or sound effect as soon as he clicked the little eyedropper thing. That was funny. It was like perfectly timed.
Marker enables, it calls that enable function in the second one. We'll get an example of that working once we have the HUD fully working. And now that we have an actor to mark destinations for the player in the level, we will next need to set up the HUD to draw them as icons in the world.
Okay. Slowly but surely. I think I must have made it at least to 10. Maybe I did almost finish this whole tutorial. It's getting pretty close down here.
We will now look at setting up a custom HUD, or heads-up display, to translate the position of our objective markers that we will place in the level into icons that are drawn on top of all the level elements on screen. We're going to create our own custom HUD class that finds the location of all the objective markers that we placed in the world and draws them as on-screen data as another layer on the screen. So by default in the world settings here, under game mode,
it hurts.
the third-person game mode uses this C++ HUD class. This doesn't have any functions for us to use that are useful for us to show our objective markers. So we're going to create our own custom one that is a child of this class, and then we're going to reassign our custom HUD class here in the world settings. To begin creating the custom HUD class, I'm going to open up the content drawer and navigate to the third-person blueprints folder where we already have our player UI widget. And I'm going to create a new class. And we're going to search here for HUD as our parent class and select that. And I'll name this HUD player UI. Here for HUD.
Oh, it's under actor. I know I can just type it in. It's just I wanted to see. Interesting. Okay.
As our parent class and select that. And I'll name this HUD player UI. At the moment, we're just going to use this for objective markers, but further on, maybe we could add more to it. So we'll just name it HUD player UI. I'll save this and open it up so that we can do some actual scripting inside the HUD class. Looks like we need to open the full blueprint editor to have access to the event graph. So here we are. We don't need all these events. We're just going to use event begin play at this point. I'm going to create a new function to initialize our UI refs. In this case, our UI refs are only the objective markers that were that exist in the world. So we're calling this the beginning of play, so it's not too expensive and the world. In this case, our UI refs are only. We need to open the full events. We're just going to use event begin play at this point. I'm going to create a new function to initialize our UI refs. In this case, our UI refs are only the objective markers that were that exist in the world. So we're calling this the beginning of play, so it's not too expensive and and doesn't cause too many problems. So right here, I'm saving a reference to all the objective markers. And I'll call this saving a reference to all the objective markers.
Just promote the variable.
And I'll call this initialized function at the start. And next, I'm going to add an event for when the HUD is being drawn. This is roughly every tick or
Event. See draw HUD. See draw HUD. Switch to initialize for that. This is probably here too. I vaguely remember doing this. If I remember right, a mistake is made at some point. 2.
or thereabouts. I'm going to save the outputs of the screen size X and Y come from this.
Screen size X, screen size Y. Okay.
Using this in some of our calculations of how we draw things. So I'm going to connect those and make a new function, which is our draw objective markers function. This is where we finally connect back to the objective markers that we place in the world. So right here, I'm going to loop through all the objective markers in the world. And I'm going to look for, to make sure they're valid, I'm going to do an is valid check.
Reverse.
If it's valid, I'm going to get a reference to its enabled marker. Only enabled ones should be drawn in the HUD. So we want to see, we're going to do the drawing based off the enabled ones. If it's valid, to make sure they're valid, I'm going to do an is valid check.
Okay. Yeah. What is with my brain today? I am struggling way more than I should be. It's valid. Element.
If it's valid, I'm going to get a reference to its enabled marker. Only enabled ones should be drawn in the HUD. So we want to see, we're going to do the drawing based off the true of this branch check.
Branch of show is enabled. Enabled. What? Did I not make that out? Objective. Oh, actor. That's not supposed to be an actor. Does that mean objective markers? Oh, I never selected this. Connection show, objective show. There you go, okay. Array element enabled. No, still not. Objective array element. Your object. Why do you still think you're an actor? Array BP object show.
the objective markers in the
It was there briefly.
world.
BP object marker reference. Why do you? I wonder if it's because of this. Will you be? Yeah, okay, there we go. Now you're playing nice. Enabled. Get enabled. There we go. Thank you very much.
And I'm going to look for, to make sure they're valid, I'm going to do an is valid check. And if it's valid, I'm going to get a reference to its enabled marker. Only enabled ones should be drawn in the HUD. So we want to see, we're going to do the drawing based off the true of this branch check. Now we're going to do a draw texture on the right-hand side of the event graph. This is what is actually going to draw it on the screen. So the texture we want to draw, I'm going to make this a variable at this point. We'll call that waypoint texture. But this is going to change based on if it's off screen, depending on the player's pitch and yaw and stuff like that. So we're going to connect that there. I'm going to make the scale its own variable. So we're going to connect that on if it's off screen, depending on the player.
Oh, I did throw the target. God dang it. Oh my gosh. It's like something is just wrong with my brain today.
Player's pitch and yaw and stuff like that. So we're going to connect that there. I'm going to make the scale. Oh, you're renaming that right now. Its own variable. We'll call that objective marker scale. And the rotation. This will change based on the player's, where the player is looking in relation to the objective marker as well. So I'm making the rotation a variable as well. Okay. So I'm going to grab a reference to the objective marker component. That's the billboard we have placed inside that actor. The objective marker. Okay. So I'm going to grab a reference to the objective marker component. That's the billboard we have placed inside that actor that actually determines the world location. So I'm going to get the world location here. And I'm going to feed this location into a project world to screen function.
Objective.
Get the world position from that and get a reference to the player controller at index 0, which is again our sort of default single player. The player
Get world location. Get world location. Project world on screen. Stormy! Hey, Stormy! All the whales. How many whales? What are you doing with so many whales? Marvel's Spanish Brain watches 36 Silly Mer. Oh, I hope you've been doing well, Stormy. You're shocked. Yeah. That's your player. Okay.
get the world position from that and get a reference to the player controller at index 0, which
Player controller at what? This is not the right resolution. I'm almost positive. Okay, gotcha. It says that it is.
is inside that act.
Fine. Oh.
That actually determine. And I'm going to feed this location. Get the world position from that and get
Player controller.
Get a reference to the player controller at index 0, which is again our.
Okay. Get player controller. Okay. Oh. Story I bedroom underscore North Carolina 1990. Hopefully you've not been getting into too much trouble. Well, got that job because you've been getting used to it. Nice. I'm glad that you got employed. I still am not. I'm trying. But I'm glad to hear. Hopefully it is going well for you. Okay. Hurry all. I'm here. Yeah. Glad you're doing well.
Sort of default single player character, the only character we have in our game design at this point. So I'm going to take the screen position and break this up into the X and Y, the length and width more or less of the plane of the screen. And I'm going to save these out as variables, screen position X and screen position Y. Just connect these to the true output of the enabled of the marker itself. And I'll just sort of move these around to give us a little more room. And I'm going to set up some screen location.
Where'd you come from?
I'm going to save these out as variables, screen position X.
Yeah, pull that from the true. Okay. No, let's just switch these around for my own sanity. Go here, you go there. You please go away. Please? Pretty please? That's right, you had to do it that way. I remember now. Okay, you do that. Why are you not moving over? There you go. Okay, you go there, you go there, you do this. Good. Check, 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 check. I don't know. Whatever. Let's leave that.
And screen position Y. Just connect these to the true output of the enabled of the marker itself. And I'll just sort of move these around to give us a little more room. And I'm going to set up some screen locations here for where we draw the icon on the screen.
Lamp.
Basically what I'm doing here on screen X and screen Y is I'm indenting the marker so that it's drawn in a little bit from the very edge of the screen. These are just some minor aesthetic concerns. It's not really the focus of what we're doing or the focus of the course, but these are just some values that I'm inputting here to limit how far on the edges of the screen that these things can be drawn. But it's sort of aesthetic, and we won't really get into too much detail on the specifics of this. But I'm using screen space X, left and right, and screen size Y, top and bottom, and just bringing in how far to the edge it will be.
Screen size Y. Oh, screen size Y and X. I see. What?
Drawn. So multiplying this by 0.95.
Oh, 0.9. Wait, what is this multiplication one? Oh, I remember why it's true. Multiply. Five. Wait. Oh, right. Multiply. Oh, right. Okay, so because you need to go there, this will allow me to have float even though you're an in. Okay, there we go. You go there, you go there.
to bring it in there on that edge.
Okay. There's Jaxie, hey, how you doing? Hope you've been well. I'm here. Jaxie doing alright, but Jaxie, good to hear. Enjoying rest of Sunday, but you're squeaky. Squeaks. All the squeaks. Hey, squeaks.
And then on the Y, let's multiply this by 0.9. And then we'll just bring it in a little bit from the edge there, and I'll set a minimum clamp value of 5. And next I'm going to go over to the draw texture function, and I'm just setting some values here that I thought worked okay for a proto UI for what we're doing in the course. It's not really the focus of the course, more just giving us something to work with as level designers.
So 25011 green 250 5.5 5.5. Okay. Jaxie, gonna do for me too much. Yeah, been a little bit. 6 weeks. Yeah.
So next we're going to need a function to...
Good to see both of you, Stormy and Jaxie. And of course, Mur. But been seeing Mur around.
draw and change the appearance of the
Set marker image. Set marker image.
marker image. So we're going to call this...
It's weird. Like I was describing earlier in the stream, where it's so weird listening to this at 1x speed right now. Especially lately, having been like, I normally listen to things at 0.5 or even 2, and lately, in the past week or two, most of the stuff I've been doing is like I'll listen to things at like even 3x speed and just be fine. And I was struggling earlier to go any higher than 1, as I was keeping up with 1. But now, even at 1, I am struggling to keep up with this guy right now. It's like my brain is just not processing. It's weird and it's frustrating.
function set marker image. We're going to call it right before the draw texture. This is going to change a few things before draw texture function is called.
Right before the draw.
We're going to call it right before the draw texture. This is going to change.
Oh, it's after the set. Okay. Draw objective markers. Oh, it's under draw objective. Okay. That goes on the set marker image. That goes here. Okay. It's weird. Let's put that there, I guess. Let's deal with that. Are you? You're... Yeah, you're fine. You can go there. Let's put you here. In that case, we can push you out a little bit more over here and push you there. That works. I'll take that. That's fine. Checks if learning stuff in general. Well, before it was, like 6 weeks ago, I was running at 1.5 to 2 speed, even running through these tutorials. Just not today. Yeah.
Change a few things.
Okay, we got that.
Before draw texture function is called.
Draw texture. Okay, so now we're pulling it
Inside
here.
this function,
So now we can finally pull this down to be on level with that. Which means we can make these go somewhere else. Pull this down here, maybe. That's probably fine. It's good enough. I don't care enough. Stormy, one of the best part of job, getting paid, having an income. $24-hour-a-day full buffet, hot food and salad bar, British show, and fruit and all this stuff. That is pretty good. Do you get, like, as an employee, do you get free access to the buffet? And full 40 hours because they pay for lunch hour. At least you're getting full 40 instead of the nonsense places too. Oh, you have, wait, really? You have your own? That's, so similar question though. Even if you have your own employee buffet, do you still have to pay for it? Or is it provided for free? But yeah, the nonsense of companies, it's like, oh, we're going to schedule for 39.5 hours so that you're not working full time and so that we don't have to pay you benefits. Like that stupid garbage. I hate that so much. So many free, of course, very nice. Try and eat healthy though. A lot of times it can be super easy in places where you have access to free food, and you gotta stay on top of that. Set marker image. Oh, my brain.
we're going to do a branch check. We're going to do some other determinations of where the objective marker is.
Survey, avoid the pie, vegetable and starch and meat usually. Yeah. Starch is going to be the one concern there, but avoiding the sweets is good. Veggies is nice. Meats, it's good if you can focus on chicken, but that's just my opinion. So my go-tos is veg and chicken, and rice is good starch. But I like pasta and bread a lot, so I have to be careful. Yeah. Protein-wise, I usually go for chicken, turkey. Jacksie bread is so good, right? Yeah, especially homemade, fresh bread right out the oven. Stormy starts to get tired if you don't have carb or sugar. Yeah. Oh. Jacksie, homemade bread. Yeah. I haven't made bread in a while. I need to make bread again. I recently got ingredients to make some muffins. So I need to make some muffins, but I haven't made them yet. Stormy, I haven't had homemade bread before. Wait, what? That's sad, Stormy. Yeah, fresh bread is something else. Banana bread or zucchini bread? I've never had zucchini bread. Definitely had plenty of banana bread though. but yeah. Fresh banana bread's good too.
What the icon is on the screen depending on which way the player is
Waypoint
looking.
Texture, set waypoint texture, set waypoint texture. Okay, so we got 2 of these. One for true, one for false. Stop that. Oh, I remember this is gonna be like the cursor on like up, down, left, right thing, sort of thing. Guy in the video had a sultry voice. Yeah. Yeah, this guy.
Right here, if it's true, if we'll do the math on this branch check in a moment. But if it's true, we're going to draw the objective arrow. If it's an arrow, it means the player is not looking at the screen space of the icon in the world. And if it's the waypoint texture down below, that means they are looking at it.
Okay, subjective waypoint, objective arrow. Got it. Objective arrow. Waypoint. Okay. Art. Yawn. Yeah. I've been struggling so hard today. It's such a challenge. Why didn't work? No, there is no badger yawn. No badger yawn. I could yawn. Ugh. I've been yawning a lot. Didn't work. There's no command for it. Oh. Don't make me yawn.
In the world. And if it's the waypoint texture down below, that means they are looking at it. So we're going to do a pure function here called isOffScreen horizontal.
isOffScreen horizontal. isOffScreen horizontal.
And here we'll just do a parameter isOffScreen horizontal. Actually, no, we want to set this to the output here. So let's add that parameter to the output, isOffScreen horizontal. And then we're going to do some checks here. We're going to add the on-screen, the screen position X. And if it's greater than screen size Y,
screen size, screen position X greater than
and there'll be some boundaries here as well.
X, screen size.
It's greater than multiplying screen.
Disappointment is immeasurable in your days, Rich. I'm sorry, I'm so terrible.
Screen size X times 0.95. That brings things in a little bit.
Okay, I got plus X 0.95 multiply 0.95 screen size Y X X. Okay, screen position X, screen size X, or where are you going?
And we'll do an OR for another condition. If screen position X is less than 5. And we'll connect this to isOffScreen horizontal. And we want to make sure this is a pure function. So let's see. If I drag and drop, it's not yet.
It's less than 5. Wrong order. Stormy.
One and only Stormy Fatten one critters. Reese Rue think it all makes sense now.
Reese Rue think. It all makes sense now. Show or that point. Oh, this is supposed to be point. Wait, 5 or 0.5? 5. Okay. It's 5 or that. Okay.
And we want to make sure this is a pure function. So let's see. If I drag and drop, it's not yet. We can see that's not what a pure function looks like. I'll click pure for the function, and now it can just be run whenever that branch check is done.
Are you in set marker? Okay. Remember the drag and drops give all the fun.
And then if
Objective marker rotation. Set objective marker rotation. Whoa, wait, what did I... What? Huh? Wait, that's a thing? You could do that? Oh, I gotta see if this works. Set screen position, why? Oh, it didn't work there. Oh, that's gotta be setting. Oh, it was actually setting variables and thinking, no. Wait, what was... I have no idea what that was. That was weird. This set the value of this. Why can I set that, but I can't set... Weird. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. What was I trying to do? Set objective marker position. That's what I want to do.
if it's false, and if it's true, there's two different things that happen. Let's do another branch check here.
There was a
Screen
hotkey
position
for
X is less than
creating branches. I don't remember what
5.
it was though. Screen position X is less than 5.
Then we're going to set this objective marker rotation
Set objective marker rotation
to 0, but to 180, so it gets flipped the other direction, meaning the
80.
player's looking like 180 degrees, 180 degrees the wrong direction. The arrow points them back to look at where it should be in the world. And if it's false, the objective marker rotation is 0, and it looks in the other direction. So we're going to add another pure function here to is off-screen vertical.
It's off screen.
And we'll pass the parameter in the output, result of this rather. So
It's off screen. Vertical. AFK a few minutes. What in the world was I doing? Screen position Y.
we'll do screen position Y is greater than screen size Y. I'm going to do a multiply here as well. Screen size Y times 0.9. So again, indenting a little bit on the edge of the screen. Here we'll add an OR boolean, similar to our last is off-screen horizontal, pure function. And we'll do screen position Y is less than 5. And we'll connect this to his off-screen vertical.
It's a binary
Compile
OR.
and save this. And make sure it's a pure function as well, so we can connect it to our branch and run it on every branch check. So we'll connect it there.
Dude, I cannot handle you right now. Why are you being... Boolean. So, bark, bark, yes. Bark, bark, bark. Oh. Bark,
And
bark, bark. Show y multiply. Oh, that was supposed to be here. Times 0.9. Everything just feels so weird right now. It's just feels weird. 5. Oh, this isn't screen size. This is. Oh, this is screen position. Why? Less than 5.
5. And we'll connect this to his off-screen vertical. We'll compile and save this. And make sure it's a pure function as well, so we can connect it to our branch and run it on every branch check. So we'll connect it there.
You go to what is that marker image? Where are you now? It's marker 0. Branch is offset vertical.
And again, we want to change the waypoint texture depending if the player's looking at the icon location in the screen space.
So weird. This is so weird. Like as soon as I hit play, it's just like it sounds like this guy's talking really fast, but I know he's not. Well, I mean, compared to what I normally can listen to things to. It's like, oh man, what is wrong with me today? Set waypoint texture. Set waypoint texture. Duplicate. And then you go there. You go there.
Or not. And again, if it's true, we'll be drawing the objective arrow. If it's false, we'll be drawing the objective waypoint.
This I know gets changed later because you have to rotate it. Arrow, but I don't think he rotates it right now.
The diamond shape.
Maybe he rotates it after the fact.
And then if the arrow, we want to rotate the arrow again based on which way the player is looking off screen. So we'll take screen position Y.
Screen
Selection 5. Set the objective marker rotation minus 90. Again, to turn the arrow inwards toward the center of the screen from one side of the screen or the other side of the screen. And if the objective, the waypoint texture is just a diamond. We don't want any rotation.
God dang it. Describe position, objective marker, set rotation. Objective marker, set rotation. End of 90. 90.
If the objective, the waypoint texture is just a diamond, we don't want any rotation. Just we're going to leave it at 0. So now that we have our set marker function all made, we're going to add it to the event received draw HUD. So it draws this every tick. Now let's do a quick test here. So it draws this every, I'll leave it at 0. The waypoint texture is just a diamond. We don't want any.
Okay. I'm branching off the wrong spot. This goes here. Okay. That seems right.
Rotation, just we're going to leave it at 0. So now that we have our set marker function all made, we're going to add it to the event received draw HUD. So it draws this every tick.
Receive draw HUD. Set draw objective markers.
Now let's do a quick test here.
Oh man.
Okay, one last thing we have to do is in the world settings.
Yeah. What's this?
We're going to change our HUD class to our new HUD player UI. And we're going to give a little test here and see how this is working. So if I hit Alt P to play an editor, we see, okay, we see our icons in the world, the diamond icon. However, it's very big. It means we missed a scale setting somewhere. Yeah, we missed a scale setting somewhere in one of the functions in the HUD. So let's go back to that. Let's have a look here.
Apparently I missed a... Oh, God dang it. That's not what I needed. I need to mark that so I can edit it out later. Beep. Hammer. Beep. 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 I got something wrong and I don't know what I got wrong. Figure out. I don't know if the logic is wrong or if my icons are wrong. It's one or the other. Yeah, I don't know where they are. Elite Stomper. That's a name. Hello, welcome. How are you doing? Hope you are well. Stomps. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Try Objective marker, set marker image, this, okay. Objective arrow, objective waypoint if condition, oh! This is supposed to be a... How did I miss that? Objective waypoint. I know what this is supposed to be, but I don't remember doing it. Objective markers. Shouldn't this be a not and or something like that? Really summer, good. You're taking a break from game dev. Oh. What type of game dev? What engine or engines? Front end, back end? Do you have any releases? Like, I'm nosy. I'm curious. What have you done, or what are you interested in? How long of a break have you been on? I have lots of questions, but I've been nosy. It's always fun to chatter with someone who got some experience as well. Unreal 5, Blender is normally what you were in. So Blender actually for game development too then, I assume is what you mean. I haven't used Blender's game dev tools, but I have heard of them and seen them. Yeah, okay, cool. Neat. I do use Blender for 3D modeling, animation, anything 3D I use Blender for. But I haven't done anything with the game development side of it. I used to prefer Unity, and I prefer Unreal. You make all your own assets for games? Nice. I need more experience with that. I only have... I can do some things. I'm not great. Let's see, the best thing that I've got... I got this little dude. I like him. He's fun. This is my little guy. Oh man. Oh, my muscle. Man, it has been a while. There we go. It's like, man, okay, where's the muscle memory of navigation in Blender? It's like Unity has its own navigation, Unreal has its navigation, Blender has different navigation, Photoshop has different navigation. It's like, all right, wait, muscle memory kick in now. Come on. Yeah, it is a Luprogriff, an otter wolf griffin, and I don't think I have any good animation set up at the moment. Yeah, I'd have to set up the wings because they're separate from his little other stuff he does. Yeah, the tail is not set up for this. His little begging animation. Because the tail never got reset. Oh, this little stuff. But yeah, that's my little guy. That's my fursuit model. No, not that. I mean, it is this, but there's the teeths. That's the only thing I'm really proud of on this, the teeths. Nom 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 nom. Chompers. This is a real badger dentition scaled up. That took me a while to do. That was fun. That's what I did for 3D print for my fursuit head. But all my other stuff is pretty cheesy. Owling? It's supposed to be Owlin. That's weird. What is this little guy? Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, silly stuff, nonsense things. Sorry to find. Oh, it's so good. I was rambling anyway. That's cool. You can do your own things though. I want to be able to do more. I'm just need learn a lot of practice. But yeah. Oh right. Oh yeah, I was in the middle of trying to figure out what this. I have to figure out. Where did this go wrong? This is in set marker image. I need their overview of set marker image.
Like we can distract added 0.9. The objective, the waypoint texture is the screen.
Zoom out so I can see.
And shape the objective. And we want to. Here we're at. Well,
that's not set marker image. Where are you at? That's set marker image. Maybe just go back to where we started building that. Where's that boolean right there? It's just a little to the left over there. I need that. Texture is yeah, here. This is it. This is what I missed.
So let's see. If I drag and drop, it's not yet. We can see that's not what a pure function looks like. I'll click pure for the function, and now it can just be run whenever that.
So it's only for the horizontal. But then what about the off-screen vertical? Isn't that okay? Well, I'll do that, but I don't think that's the only thing you need. Alright, let's compile that and do this and show. Elite Stomper, yeah, good. You're working on the animation stuff. You're not spending much time doing that, but you need to go back there. Ah, yeah. Yeah, animation is. I enjoy doing the animation stuff, but it also can be really hard. The biggest thing with animation is, for me, at least, there's so many really amazing animations already out there that you can apply to your models. So it's like, oh, I suddenly forgot what the thing was called. There's even a tool online. You can just like upload your own model to it as long as you have certain bone structure, and just apply any of hundreds of animations to your model. But that's all humanoid stuff, and everything that I work with is going to have a tail, or be quadruped, or otherwise. It's like I don't work with standard human bipeds. It's not what I like doing, so I don't have anything like that. I always have something else, or wings, or something. There's always some other component that those default animations don't account for. So, it sucks to not be able to use them. You're working on game design right now involve a plague that happened back in the Middle Ages. Ah, interesting. What's the what's your type of playstyle you're after? You know, like first person, third person, top down strategy, story. There's umpteen different types of game styles. Rigify, yeah, I think it was Rigify. I apologize. Like, my current mental state is not normal today. I'm really struggling mentally today. I don't know why. It's just been, so I'm a little slower and having trouble thinking of things. Blender's Rigify is a cool tool for quadrupeds. Tools. Oh no, okay, no, it's not Rigify. That's not what I'm thinking of. I know what you mean though. Oh, that is working, I guess. Wait, why is it not on the side there though? Okay, well, something's wrong with that. Only when it's on that side. 'Cause that works, that works, that works. That doesn't. Weird. Let me see if I can switch out. Is it Maximo? Is that what I'm thinking of? Online play animation 3D model. I think I'm thinking of Maximo, or Maximo's at least one of them. Yeah, Maximo's what I was thinking of. That's what I was meaning by just having a model and applying animations to it was Maximo, or another alternative. Miximo, yeah, Mix. See, I was literally looking at it and I was still calling it wrong. I don't know what is with me today. I am struggling so hard. I have used Rigify and Blender, but I still had to modify a lot of stuff just because, again, tail, wings, quadruped, etc. Blender's Rigify tool for quadrupeds with tails and wings. I thought I tried. I thought it didn't handle my wings and tails very well. I don't remember. I know I've dabbled with it, but it has been a while, probably at least a year since I've done it. But as an add-on for Blender, which is great. Yeah, I know that I used it. It's just been a while. So, and again, that coupled with my brain just struggling today. Oh man. They've kept on it nice. Yeah. No, I'll definitely get back into it at some point. I bounce between various different things. I sway all over the place. Lately, it's mostly been game development stuff. Well, lately it's been dealing with real life. I haven't been able to do this in 6 weeks, so nice to be back. But I'm struggling hard today. Yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling. My brain. What was I doing? 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 All right, I need to figure out why. Why is that marker? Screen position lesson. Why? That. Oh. Is horizontal, is off-screen vertical. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why I only need this one here, is because this is the off-screen vertical, or I mean horizontal, which then if it is off-screen horizontal, it does all of this stuff. But if it's not off-screen vertical, then it's going to do the check for or if it's not off-screen horizontal, then it's going to do the check for off-screen vertical down here. That's why that's working. Okay, I see what it's doing. Brain. Set rotation to 0. Pop this down here. Not you. You. Show vertical. So if it's off-screen vertical, we're doing the arrow, the waypoint, objective marker rotation. So it's got to be here. So this is off-screen position 5. 0 less than 5. So it's definitely in this area. Fire up the debugger on this. Get this out of the way for a moment. Be able to see this. Oh, god dang it, I keep doing that, and I need to not do that. I have to mark that down again. Elite Stomper. Yeah, the hero on the game you want to work on is a plague doctor that uses meds and weapons to kill infected and bosses. Ah, okay. Interesting. So you're looking at, so it sounds like it's a little more the action side. Okay. So now we do this. Set marker rotation. So we get our marker rotation set, but his position is clearly off. Okay, so is off screen, draw objective marker. It's got to be something wrong with this. Screen size, maximum show. Yeah, location. I don't have another branch here. It's all just doing it through that. If I got wrong. Oh. Oh. Wait. Was this supposed to be 0 or is this supposed to be 5? Was this also supposed to be 5? I don't think that was supposed to be 5. No, it's not that. Oh, helps to compile the bloody thing though, so maybe it was. That's something that I'm not used to yet. To compile every time I do that. In Unity, saving just does the compile. No, it's not that. I don't know what I did wrong. Elite Stomper, his goal is to stop the spread of the plague. Ah, very violently. What have I got wrong? Infector. What am I doing wrong? Nine five. Thing is, I don't actually even know what is wrong. Like, what is it that would make this be where it's supposed to be? I wonder, can I see it happening here? Oh no, if I remember right, Unreal doesn't do that like Unity does, which has always bothered me. I don't like that. It's like, how do I see... so it's like, all right, cool, the game is playing, and in Unity, you would actually see your scene elements being modified. It's like in the world that's loaded in the background, I'd actually see stuff changing there, but it doesn't happen in here, so I can't actively look at things in the scene as they change. It's like that icon's not changing. It's kind of being annoying. What are you trying to get it to do? So this marker, this big diamond marker. If I go up, if I push the marker so it goes up above the screen, it pushes the arrow. So it's like, hey, your marker is up there, or your marker's to the left, or your marker's behind you. I thought I had a. Oh yeah, there we go. I just have to look up. Yeah, your marker's down, down there. So it's got the down arrow. The down arrow's not positioned well though. To fix that. But when I go to the right, I can tell that it's changing because you can see with just a single pixel, it completely disappears, which means that it is in fact changing to the arrow correctly, but its position is wrong. And my brain is just not seeing the position correctly. It's like draw objective markers. I think it's here. Not in scope. I mean, not in scope. Debug data. Elite Stomper is supposed to help players with navigation. Yeah, that's the point. It's a nav marker. Oh, yeah. I gotta AFK a few minutes. We'll put the burbs up for a few minutes. Burps. Where was I? Where was I? Okay, so figure out why this is off. Clamp. This is draw texture screen X. Screen. Okay. Oh, I can take the burps off. Zero max. Screen size times 0.95. So that wouldn't that be on the other side? Maybe it's this. Let me try lowering this just out of curiosity. Let's try 8, just for kicks. Huh, that actually looks a lot better. Cool. So I guess that was where the problem was. I wonder why either theirs looked better than mine for some other reason.
However, it's very big.
Oh, no, they have the same bug too.
Scale setting somewhere.
Yeah, I just saw as they rotated out to the left.
Scale setting somewhere in.
Yeah. Okay. So.
One of the functions in the HUD. So let's go back to that. Let's have a look here.
Yeah. Let's figure out what the scale is.
Let's look and draw objective markers. And yeah, it looks like. Oh, okay, our objective marker default value scale is 1, which is really big.
Objective value. Default. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
So we can change that easily. We can just shrink this way down. Let's do 0.125.
125.
We don't want this to be an overwhelming, distracting element for the player during their experience. So let's see how that looks.
Well, that's not bad. Oh, you know what? Now, because it's smaller. Okay, what we're gonna do, let's just undo these. Oop. Do that. Now let's go change this back to 0.125. And now it's gonna look just fine because it's smaller, I bet. Ah, look at that, okay. It's definitely too pushed off but from the edge, but I don't care enough. It's fine. It's all just to learn how to do this anyway.
Okay, that's a good size, but it's pinned
See
to
how
the
much
top
I
of the screen,
retain while
which means I
in this
missed a
crazy mental
value
state today. Oh man.
somewhere in the HUD.
What?
Value, but it's pinned to the top of the screen, which means I missed a value somewhere in the HUD.
Oh, I don't have that bug, so
It's
whatever
drawing
they
out in the
missed, I
wrong
must have
place. And again, these
gotten it
values
right.
are largely cosmetic, but some of them are necessary to make it draw on screen. Oh, it looks like, okay, down here on screens on, yeah, on the Y, it looks like I should have added 0.9. I added 0, which means it was never going to draw on screen.
Yeah, I actually had mine to 0.9 there. Elite Stumper, yeah, you started learning Unity, but grew to hate it quickly. You hate the package system where you have to go out and find all the parts you may need. This is the way to do it in your opinion, like blueprinting in Unreal, so you do not care for 2D games, so Unity has no value. Interesting. So, Unity, there are still a couple of the things that, in my opinion, Unity does better than Unreal currently. But I do agree. I believe Unity currently has 2D better than Unreal, from my understanding. But if you don't care about 2D, then who cares? I don't really have the problem with the package thing. That might just be a personal opinion perspective. If anything, I would almost argue the opposite, that Unreal has so much already there that it's bloated. Where it's like, if you want it in Unity, it's like, okay, I only need these things. So you add what you need as you go. But I kind of see it both ways. The real kicker for me personally is Unity's UI toolkit. I don't know if you used Unity when UI Toolkit was a thing, or if you actually had experience with UI Toolkit. But what UI Toolkit does for you is it allows you to use USS Unity style sheets, which is effectively just CSS, cascading style sheets, for your UI. And I have used every single UI implementation that Unity has ever had. I've been using Unity a long time. So by far, in my opinion, this UI toolkit that they have now is the best UI implementation I have ever seen, and it is amazing, and I absolutely love it. And coming into Unreal is so frustrating to no longer have access to that style of UI design and implementation. I should say implementation, not design. But I did see a feature suggestion on their official features list from a year ago, basically asking how important is this feature to you. So they are apparently at least looking into having style sheet style type things in Unreal as well. But just as a really base rudimentary example, it's like, oh, all of a sudden you needed to change the color of all of the buttons in your entire game to have a different type of color. It's like, in Unity, cool, change the CSS rule, done. In Unreal, you either have to have built it so that all of your buttons extend from one custom component that you can change the color on, which all that does is mean that that button has a hierarchical property. It's not CSS, it's just inheritance. Or if you didn't do that, you have to go and find every single button in your entire application and change the color. It's horrible. Maintenance is awful. So it's like working with antiquated technology. Basically, it's like so Unity still has that one on Unreal for sure, because that is an amazing tool, and Unreal needs to have that badly. I think Unity also has a slightly one-up on web publishing too. I don't know how robust Unreal is for deploying to web as an actual, like, what is it now, WebGL or HTML5? I can't remember what it actually deploys as. But I think Unity has a one-up on that as well. But those are the only things that I can think of that are just like straight up just Unity beats Unreal easily. Elite Stomper, when you're new, it makes it hard to figure out what to search for. Yes, I could see that. Absolutely. That's going back to the plugins. Yeah. At least I assume that's what you meant, is going back to the plugins. I could see that. I really could. On the flip side, Unreal there's just so much that you also have trouble finding what you're looking for. But Light Stumper, yeah, that's only because you are so familiar with Unity, is constantly changing the packages, so they're going to support, like, for a while, Unity did not have a multiplayer package. They supported, took them through settlement. Oh, yeah. Yep. No, I am well aware of that. Yeah. My most recent thing with Unity, I released a little puzzle game that was multiplayer, and that implemented Unity's actual multiplayer package that they have now for netcode objects, so network objects. So I used that. I have also done a complete homebrew implementation. This would have been in 2010, somewhere right around 2010. I would say 2009, 2010, somewhere in that range. Somewhere in that range. I don't know, give or take a couple years. Unity didn't have a dedicated server build yet. So if you wanted to run a Unity game that had a dedicated server, you'd either have to run a Unity client as a dedicated server, which is kind of ridiculous, or you'd have to build your own dedicated server, which is what I did. So one of the projects I was working on was a multiplayer CCTG. Yeah, CTCG. I can type the letters, but for whatever reason I have trouble saying it. Collectible trading card game, similar to Magic the Gathering, but not. And so I built a Java server, just straight up using sockets, multi-threading, building my own binary packets, custom payload across TCP and UDP, and then just doing the socket handling myself between Java and C Sharp's Unity's C Sharp. That was a challenge, but it was actually kind of fun. I enjoyed that project. It was fun, but yeah, the notion of just not having an actual, like, supported built-in network solution was painful. It required a lot of overhead, and yeah. So yeah, I'm very much familiar with Unity's lack of networking. Elite Stomper, no, Unreal for the most part keep the same names, or they link you to the new version, but the naming of stuff in tutorials is kept up on it all. Your main thing is maturity of blueprints. You have issues with learning codes. You're not a coder at all in visual scripting. Okay. Yes. In that regard, if you are a designer or you're more front end, like exactly what you're describing, if you're not much for coding, I absolutely would push towards Unreal, because I agree. Unity's what was it called? Bolt? Whatever their visual scripting solution was, I think it was called Bolt, or is not vetted. It's not as robust and solid and like I just said, vetted as Unreal blueprints are. Unreal's blueprints are tried, true, and tested. They've been through the grinder. Absolutely, 100% agree. If you're not much of a coder, Unreal blueprints are awesome. This coming from I am a coder, the software engineer by trade. That's my field. So just my experience is in the enterprise sector. So I've done a lot of programming for various enterprise type stuff. Not I haven't done as much programming in the game development sector. Working on that, trying. Late Stomper really struggled with Unity and always had trouble finding people who were not so friendly as you found a lot of Unreal communities spin for. Huh, interesting. I kind of found the opposite, but I guess that's just, different perspectives, different experiences. I had the opposite experience personally. As like I said, I alluded to, I've been using Unity for a long time, over a decade, well over a decade. And in my experience, I'd always found that the Unity's community was far more friendly than the Unreal's community. Unreal always seemed to have this, I don't know, it was just a snooty arrogance level or something like that. I don't know. It just never sat with me. But again, it's just a matter of who did you happen to have experience with, and just, I guess we had different experiences. But I will say, I am happy to assist where I can. I enjoy trying to help if I can. So if you do have any programming type questions, please do not hesitate to ask, even if I'm doing something else other than game development, because I do also just stream gameplay. You're more than happy to ask, regardless of whatever category I happen to be streaming at the time, or even offline. You always send a message offline at Discord or wherever. But I may not always be able to answer at that moment, live or off stream, and I may not always have the answer, but you're always welcome to ask. Late Stomper, I wouldn't know what it is being called in the new version of Unity, and they would kind of act like you need to Google and Unreal learn pages. Always had a lot of solid training. Yeah. I can understand what you mean by the suggestion of like go look it up, which can get very annoying at times. But I've seen that on both sides. I do have to agree with you, at least from what I've seen recently, on Let me just pull this up really quick. Yeah, this stuff, like exactly what I'm going through right now. This tutorial that I'm running through is from here. Yeah, this learning library, I would have to agree is above Unity for sure. I think Unreal does this much better. There's so much knowledge here, and it's got some pretty good filtering options. So I've been extensively using this learning library. Absolutely. So yeah, I 100% agree with that. But I have really only used this learning library as a focused learning tool, in the sense, as opposed to if I just needed to look something up, I wouldn't go here. This is not where I would go. I would go to Unity's or I would assume Unreal's API reference pages, which I know that I've seen their API docs, but I don't remember how they are. Let's find. Sure, that's what I'm working on right now. UI, display UI, UMG best practices. Slate, temperature, font accessibility. Let's try building a UI. So I'm looking for their API is what I'm looking for at the moment. I want to see their actual API, and I'm not finding it immediately. I'm sure I could find it somewhere, but I know that I have been reasonably satisfied with Unity's API documents. Does have its problems, but I don't have enough knowledge to compare it to Unreal because I haven't seen Unreal side, so I can't weigh on that one. Yeah, because they change the package name so often, it can make Google search pain. I haven't noticed a terrible frequency of that. I think it might also just be if you're using packages that happen to have had name changes, but I only remember seeing a few cases of those. But yeah, it might just be a matter of dumb luck. I simply agree that there is pros and cons of both, but I personally tell people to ignore Unity and Godot or Unreal just because you really no longer feel Unity is honest, trustworthy. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. That's one of the reasons I'm pivoting to Unreal. Actually, where was that? I had a. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Oh yeah, it was in one of my replies. Give me a second. Pull this up. Studio content. I think it was the first video that I posted for this learning Unreal. Let's go to the actual video comments. Yeah, somebody asked me why I switched, and I gave them a really brief, as like, well, here's my base reasons. If you want a more detailed explanation, I'm happy to give one. And they're like, yeah, tell me more. Oh yeah, here it is. How do I get rid of this on this side? Because I don't want that to come through on stream. I'm trying to fix this in a way that I can actually just drag it over. Actually, you know what? I'll just copy it into Notepad, then I don't have to worry about anything. I'll make it a lot easier. There we go. But just as an example reference of what my reply was to this YouTube comment, yeah, I went a little in depth. Like these are my pros and cons of picking of which engine to choose. Actually, if you wanted, that's the link that has the comment on it. But I went into great detail over my personal opinion of like covering, which one is going to be better for 2D, Unity, which one's better based on your programming skills. It depends on your experience. Again, I already covered this just a minute ago with you. It's like Unreal if you're not so much for programming, or Unity if you are. This one this one's a little harder to explain. Like learning how object hierarchies work, I feel that Unity does that better. Unreal, I feel, would be a little more challenging to really grasp how objects and components actually work and relate to each other. I feel like Unity actually does present that a little bit better, but that is very subjective. UI implementation is also Unity. Prototyping, Unreal, just straight up Unreal prototyping. Unreal, just great. Graphics, Unreal tends to have a better hook in there. Oh yeah, this multi-animation thing. This was a nuisance to me. I gotta figure that one out in Unreal. Which, if you have any experience with animation files, animations and FBX files, in Unreal, I have a question for you. Let me know if you are familiar with that. And of course, the business political, the Unreal lean, but I do have a heavy lean towards Unreal, even though a lot of those are like Unity. But yeah, very strong lean towards Unreal regardless. Just so much stuff, I just lean towards Unreal now. Let's see, yeah, and honestly, if people make games in Unity, that's cool. You won't buy the game because they apparently at one time considered adding tracking information in their software. That's good for you. Not even do it. Yeah, I don't think they do. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking with that one. I'm pretty sure that got completely vetoed and is definitely a no. They also have. I recently received an email from their newsletter, whatever thing, saying that they completely backed down on the whole. Whatever that like pay per thing, the thing that got him in hot water to begin with. It's like, all right, we're finally backing down completely, which is great to hear. Like motion matching. Was that in regards to my question about animation? If so, does not sound like motion matching is what I was referring to. No. Yes, you would hope so. And the runtime. Yeah, runtime fees. Thank you, man. Like I said, my brain is just not doing well today. But yeah, the runtime fees, they've like completely backpedaled on that. Like just like, we're sorry, this was a mistake. Yes, it was. And the yes that you just said, I'm assuming was to my comparing motion matching to animation, which was no, is not motion matching. Let me think if I can explain this briefly without actually pulling up an example. So what I'm referring to is all right, the easiest way for me to do this is I'll explain how it works in Unity. Purely because I don't know how to make it work in Unreal. So by explaining it in Unity, this will be easier for me to do. So in Unity, if you have an FBX file that has multiple animations in it, say for instance, you have a single FBX file for a model that is, it just is the bones in animation. This isn't the actual model file. This is just a file for animation. So your model file is in a different file. Purely animation. And you have a walk forward, walk backwards, walk left, walk like strafe left, strafe right, or whatever. You have multiple animations, and like from 0 to 30 it might be your walk forward animation, and then 31 to 62 as your walk backwards animation or whatever, and you've chunked them out so your different animations are at different spots in this animation file. And or alternatively, as you can also do where the frame doesn't really matter, you can actually label it in Blender, where the frames may all still be like they may all still start at 0 is what I'm trying to get at, but they're labeled somehow. I forgot what it's called, and it's a certain type of label in Blender. It's on your timeline. It's NLA, nonlinear animation. I think that's what it was called. Yeah, I think it was NLA labels or something like that. It's been a while. But regardless, what I'm trying to get at is one FBX file has multiple animations. That's the point. In Unity, when you import this one FBX file, it will create multiple animations. You can also add your own however you like at whatever start and end frames that you want. And the FBX file itself doesn't change. It modifies the meta file that Unity keeps in reference to that FBX file. So one FBX file and one meta file that are coupled together could contain any number of animations. This is especially useful when you have, say in Blender, this type of setup, and you save this file, and all of your animations are easily updated. However, I have not found a way to do that in Unreal, because I do have animation files, FBX files, with multiple animations in them, and the only way that I have been able to find to split apart those animations is literally copy the file, make a whole separate copy of the file, cut out the animation that I want, and have a whole separate file. It's like I'm literally having to chop the animation up into multiple files as totally separate files. I can't just have one file with multiple animations. And it drives me up the wall with Unreal. I'm hoping it's just I don't know how to do it. There's a way to do it, and I just don't know how. But I haven't figured it out. I have not been able to figure out how to do it. Elite Stumper, like setting up a blend space and state machine and such. So that would be using the animations, but not actually having the animation themselves. Elite Stumper, since you want Unreal, you've not seen any video on animation when multiple animations are in file. Yeah. And it almost I've struggled to have the same thing. Most of the stuff I've seen for Unreal has had separate animations, and they're on different files, which is very interesting because that's not what I've been used to. So yeah, I've noticed the same thing. A lot of the animation are all in their own separate files. Yeah, so that's one of my gripes. I would say my two biggest gripes with Unreal at the moment is that and the UI thing that I mentioned earlier, that Unreal does not have an equivalent to CSS style UI control. Those are my two biggest gripes about Unreal right now. But those aside, I still lean towards Unreal. That's why I continue trying to learn it. That's why I like this better right now. It's like this is the choice at the moment. Yeah. What was I doing? I think I still had a bug.
Down here.
What was the bug that I had? I don't remember what I had. Late stuff, I don't know why I would want them in one file. Like, that to me sounds more confusing. Or if the file got corrupted, do you lose all the animations? Well, I mean, yes, but you could make the same argument for a sprite sheet. If your sprite sheet gets corrupted, you'd lose all of the icons or whatever is in your sprite sheet. Same problem. But having it centralized can be extremely useful. It's the to me, it's the exact same argument of why would you prefer a sprite sheet over having 100 different files that would be in a sprite sheet. What is a sprite sheet? Is that 2D? Oh, dang. We gotta have a talk. um, at a base rudimentary description, sprite sheet is going to be a single image file that contains multiple images, and the goal is to reduce your file and memory by condensing it into a single file, because loading multiple files is slower than loading a single file, and presuming that you are using a large amount of the images in the file that gets loaded, it is more memory efficient to have a single image in memory as opposed to dozens or hundreds. But it can be used for animations, but it doesn't. But sprite sheets are still valuable outside of animations. So a prime example, actually, I can pull one up right now. Let me find this really quick for you. It'd be a perfect example of what I'm trying to explain. I just have to find it really quick. Whimsel assets. UI. Might be under third party. Where are you? There you are, third party. No, that's not it. The heck? Alright, let me just search for PDFs because I know it's a PDF file. It's like, why am I not finding this? What the heck? Why is Whimsel screwed up? Unity projects. Whimsel. What the? Huh? Where the heck are all my assets? Well, I thought this would be easy. What the bloody heck? 3D. I didn't think it was going to take this long, I'm sorry. That's weird. This would be great if I could actually show you the example I was looking for, but for whatever reason I can't seem to find it. Which is really disconcerting, actually. Oh, and you left anyway. Yeah, okay, yeah. Real life first, always. If you're still there, I'll happily try and explain when you get back. Just give me a minute to try and put the burbs up while let's see if I can find this really quick. Oh, that's why I'm not able to find what I'm looking for. I keep looking for. I'm looking for a PDF instead of a PSD. I'm a derp. It's such a derp. PSD. That's what I needed. Alright, I'm gonna. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Real life first. Always real life first. Give me 1 second. Screen's gonna go black for a minute while I load Photoshop. I just want to make sure nothing pops up that it shouldn't be on Twitch. Ha! Loaded on the other screen anyway. Convenient. Okay, where's the file that I need? FG4 icons? That's probably it. That works, but it's not what I'm looking for. Section buttons. Where is it? Drop down text arrow. Some pieces. No, that's not right. Orders. I think this is it. This is what I'm looking for. Orders. Oh, thank you for the follow. Muchly appreciated. Muchly appreciated. Okay, I almost found what I need. Just gotta find. Here it is. Okay, this is what I was looking for. How do you need the badger to talk for you? This is face rig. Okay, here we go. I'm taking the burbs off now too. How can the badger talk for you? It's supposed to be a badger. Yes, it's face rig. And if the camera pays attention to me, but it keeps losing track of me, I can move around and stuff too. And it will kind of move the jaw when I do. It's supposed to pick up when I talk and do little mouth animations when I do that too, but apparently it's not working right now, so I'll have to look into that. But it is a dog that I painted to look like a badger because I don't actually have a badger model. You can back to using it on pause. So this would be an example of a sprite sheet. And what you can do with a file like this is all of these different components have different uses. And if you have a UI that uses a majority of these things, you only have to load one file. So you have like dividers and various highlights and hover over effects and select effects that you can layer on top of each other. And you can even do slicing in such a way. Are you familiar with 9-slice? Do you know what I mean when I say that? So things like this could be 9-sliced. And this whole file, whoops, can be used as a sprite sheet. So this is how they store textures, 3D models. I get what you're saying, but that's just a texture map versus like a sprite sheet is used differently. But I can see what you mean. But as perhaps a more relatable thing for you, say for instance that while ultimately they are different, they can be used with a very similar perspective. So let me try and put that into perspective. Say that you have a model, and you have your body. Everything that's part of the body is all like one mesh. It's all just a singular mesh. And say that you have actual eyeballs that can move. So your eyes would be a completely separate mesh. There are two ways you can approach that. One, you could have two different images, and you have an eye mesh file or an eye texture file, and then you have a body texture file. You could also have a single file that has all of the body textures, but your UV mapping is set up so that the body UVs are only taking textures from the body portion of that texture file. And then the eyes, the UVs for the eyes, in the same file, the UVs are over the eye textures. It's one file for two completely different components of your model. But you could have split those up into two different files if you'd wanted to. That's kind of the closest thing I could think of relating to that. And there are pros and cons to doing them different ways. Either having multiple files or putting them all in the same file. Pros and cons. You've seen that workflow, yeah. So very similar thought process when dealing with UI, like your front end UI. It would be more. It's more efficient from a disk loading perspective. It's more efficient from a file size perspective. It's more efficient from a memory management and memory size perspective to load a single file like this than to have each of these different things cut out as their own individual image. So when you have a sprite sheet like this, it can save a lot of resources in that regard. Another major benefit to sprite sheets is, say for instance that it's like, you know what, this is nice, but actually what I want to do, we want to make this a little more red. So it's like, all right, cool. I'm gonna tweak my my reds here, and there. Save that one file. Done. All of your UI now is using this one sprite sheet, and everything gets updated accordingly, and it's just done. So that's another benefit that can be a huge benefit for sprite sheets. You can very easily just swap out the entire sprite sheet and change everything. So there's definitely a lot of benefits to using sprite sheets, but the concept of a sprite sheet is a bit broader than that. I would encourage you to do your own research and do a little bit of looking into pros, cons, benefits, disadvantages, stuff like that. You just haven't heard the term sprite sheet? Yeah. The biggest reason why it tends to be called a sprite sheet is because you end up cutting this up into sprites. So in Unreal or Unity or whatever tool you're using, you would go in and map out like, this is one sprite, and then this is going to be another sprite, and that's going to be another sprite. Or more pointedly, this would probably be 9 sprites. Keep dragging that. For the 9 9 sprite that I was referring to, but yeah, that's how that sort of thing works. I guess that's why they used texture like that back in the day when they didn't have 6 figures to run. Yeah, That's it's much more efficient. Absolutely, 100%. Now, a caveat to that is if you load this entire sprite sheet and the only thing you do is like use this little box right here, and that's the only thing you're using with this entire sprite sheet, yeah, not so efficient. So you gotta know what you're doing. Listener, if it's kind of speak your mind, don't care your likes or opinion. It's totally fine. No, you're all good. I do suggest away from mentioning age, though. I don't like mentioning age. It's actually kind of one of the rules of the chat channel or the Twitch channel, but you're fine. I just don't like discussing age. But yeah. What am I doing? I'm all over the place. Oh, but yeah, I definitely do some looking into sprite sheets and stuff. Now you have an idea of what it is. Cop for years, and I wouldn't say grumpy, but it adds personality. I had a bug, but I forgot what the bug was. I don't remember what I was doing.
On screens on make it replace. And
What
again,
was I doing?
these values are largely cosmetic, but some of them are necessary
Back up a little bit.
somewhere in the hood.
Oh, they had a bug. I didn't.
That in the wrong place. And again, these values are largely cosmetic, but some of them are necessary.
Don't want your personality. Well, I've got my own. I've got my own history. Well, I got something. Here, I was not working for them. Yeah, you get better memory than me right now. That's for sure.
Necessary to make it draw on screen. Oh, it looks like. Okay, down here on screens on. Yeah, on the Y, it looks like I should have added 0.9. I added 0, which means it was never going to draw on screen. So I added 0.9 to that. And it should be working now, and there we go. It looks like it's actually drawing where we place the objective marker in the world. Right, so when we turn our camera away from it, we see that it's showing us the location of the marker off screen so we can pivot our camera towards it. So that's good enough for what we need for Proto UI. And now that we have completed our basic gameplay UI functionality, we can begin adding all of the objective markers required to inform the player of necessary destinations during play progression. Inside the mill building, the player encounters more obstacles to overcome. Let's move on to script new types of interact objectives in the level blueprint they have to complete to progress. In our level design document earlier, we outlined where the player's start position is here at 1, and then the player arrives at position 2. So at 1, we're going to keep the intro objective that we already scripted, and at 2, when the player has a full view of the bridge that's out, we're going to change the objective to reaching the bridge. So let's set that up now with our new objective marker actors. Firstly, we're going to need to reposition the objective markers we placed earlier from our test. We're going to delete the one at the door, and this one at the river's edge, I'm going to move it to the entrance to the bridge here at the side of the mill. I'm going to change a few properties. I'm going to make it disabled.
What are they doing? Okay. So they just deleted one of them entirely. Oh, because of the... Okay, I know why they did this. I'll just do this. Okay. I can't remember what the command was to snap something. Yeah, so like as I'm grabbing this, in Unity, I think it was Control. if you control and grab something, or some other hotkey, it's muscle memory is having me try and push control. It'll effectively use colliders, and basically snap it to whatever the surface is that your mouse is at, and it'll just snap it down to that. And I don't know how to do that in Unity. Not Unreal. Okay, so what are you changing? You changed. Oh, I'm in world settings. I was like, why am I not seeing the things I need to see? Enabled. So not enabled. Use trigger.
I'm not going to use the trigger, and that should be fine. So when the player reaches this position right here at the edge of the river, we're going to have a trigger volume set up that's going to enable that objective marker, and it's going to drive some objective scripting in the level blueprint.
Nate Stumper, Control Shift. Let me try. Oh, I don't think it's going to be anything Control. Oh, no, it's not that. That's cool, though. I didn't know about Control Shift, and that's... Wait. Wait, what is Control Shift actually doing? It's only giving me one dimension. Whoa! What did it just do? What just happened? That was weird. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Oh! Weird. Control Shift just moves whatever you have with you. Whatever you have selected with you as you move the mouse. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, wait, is that no? Huh. That's interesting. Weird. Yeah, I don't know what the command is. I do know that Unreal does have a key that if you press, so like for instance, this is floating right now, and there's a key you can press that'll like it'll just drop it down to whatever it hits. End. That makes sense. It's like wait, is it end? So end. So effectively what I was describing is as actually that really is maybe? No. Oh, okay. No, that's not. Yeah. I was wondering if end would actually be similar to what I was wanting, but it's not. But, yeah. End helps, but it's not the same. At least I may have used it, but could not remember. Yeah, it snaps to the ground. You also know F is a hotkey to focus on the item. Yeah, I use F a lot. Yeah. F is a very frequent thing for me. Pun mildly intended.
Scriptable that objective marker, and it's up. So when the player reaches this position right here at the edge of the river, we're going to have a trigger volume set up that's going to enable that objective marker, and it's going to drive some objective scripting in the level blueprint.
Wait, how did they add that? I've actually completely forgotten how to do that.
And here at the edge of the river, we're going to have a trigger volume set up.
Trigger box. I don't have that. Police actors. Oh yeah, there we are. What do they call it? Trigger volume?
It's going to enable that objective marker.
Trigger box. Trigger box, there we go. Yeah, that's what I need. Okay. Stomper, yeah, I use Game Dev TV to learn Unreal. You like them? They're good. Oh, I'm not familiar with them. I'll try and look them up. In the volume box under place actor. Oh yeah, yeah. I was just doing. I just went up here and started typing, which is useful at least. Yeah. All right. What do you need?
And it's going to drive some objective scripting in the level blueprint. So I'm going to add an overlap event from the trigger right here. And we're going to do a sequence because we're going to run two things.
Okay. What are we going to? We're in Milltown. Okay. So I need to load that from here. Was it? Blueprint. Sublevels Milltown. Event graph. Yeah, I think it's something. Paying percent. Oh, hope you feel better. Thanks for hanging out, though. And I hope you have a great rest of your day and to feel better. Milltown. Big graph. Nice to meet you too. Always happy to chatters about fun stuff. Begin overlap trigger box. Remember how to add that.
Here, right here. So I'm going to add an overlap event.
Add events. Oh, that's right. You just have to have it selected. Ah, I remember now. I remember. Wait, why do I have so many of these? Oh, these aren't mine. Wait. Okay, some are mine. Oh, I didn't need to add one. They already had one there. Okay, I'm supposed to just use their trigger box. Got it. Do I have a Discord? I do. Bam. Oh, it looks like you found it right before I sent it. Yep. Thanks for joining. We'll see you around. Brain, brain, brain. I need this. And bench add event collision on Begin overlap, right?
From the trigger right here. And we're going to do a sequence because we're going to run two things in parallel. The first is we're going to run the display narrative function from the UI to tell a bit of story there. We'll set this for about 8 seconds. And then in parallel to that, we're going.
I remember that. That always bugged me. This guy keeps on saying in parallel for sequences. That's not how it works. It's not parallel. I remember that. Anyway, I'm nitpicking.
To do a little more stuff in the UI. I'm going to complete the objective. I'm going to delay this by a couple seconds. And then I'm going to toggle the objective. More stuff in the UI. I'm going to complete the objective. I'm going to delay this by
Oh, nice. If you're there, Elite Stomper. Nice on the assets. That's cool. Very nice. Thank you for sharing.
couple seconds. And then I'm going to
I was just leaving these skin do something. You're all good. You're all good. Toggle. Objective. Take care, Elite Stomper. Good to meet you.
toggle the objective. I'm going to
On. So we're turning it off, actually. Okay. That's really what I need to do. I need to do this. Put that there.
hide it and clear it also at the same time. Just going to organize my connections a little. And next I'm going to delay this by 1 second. And then I'm going to set a new objective here. I'm just going to be reach the river bridge, reach the bridge. And then finally, I'm going to toggle the objective and show it here. So that's all going to happen from hitting that. I'm going to toggle the objective and show it here. And then finally, I'm going to toggle the objective and show it here. So that's all going to happen from hitting that trigger volume. And lastly, now that I've selected the objective marker, I'm going to enable it. So it
How did they get that?
selected the
Enable objective marker. Where? BP objective marker. Did they go in and select it?
trigger volume.
They did. Okay, that's why. That's why I'm confused. Okay, so I need to select that, not the door. This, okay. Enable objective marker. Ah, there we go. Ah. I see.
And lastly, now that I've selected the objective marker, I'm going to enable it. So it shows at the same time. I'm going to enable it. So it shows at the same time. I'm going to increase these intervals a little bit here, and then we'll be ready for a quick play test. I'm going to increase these intervals a little bit here, and then we'll
Okay. Timer. Bye.
be ready for.
Hey. You still there? Hi, Merc. Not in Discord. You left me. Yeah.
I'm going to
I'm being silly.
increase these intervals a little bit here, and then we'll be ready for a quick play test in the editor.
That's the only one you changed?
Okay.
It's like that's the only one you changed.
The level opens here. We get our intro narrative information at the bottom of the screen. Our first objective, find a way across the river. And this time as we make our way up the river's edge, we hit a trigger volume right about here. And we get a completed objective in green. We get more information about the bridge being retracted. The objective marker appears in the distance, matching the reach objective shown on the left. So that transition's all working as we want. And we can see the objective marker is doing its job. Even if I turn my camera off screen a little bit to the left, it's still drawing through the geo. It's still showing us where to go. We can explore anywhere we want, but we know that this is ultimately what we have to do to progress the main mission. So here we arrive at the bridge entrance and our objective destination.
nothing happens. Oh, wait, there it is. Okay, I just didn't go far enough. Oh, I see. I didn't quite get to the. Yep. Nice. Cool. What? 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 Huzzah!
When the player arrives at this first point in the journey, they see the controls to the bridge on the right, so we're going to give them a new objective for that. We're going to duplicate this objective marker and place it on the controls. Showing them they need to move to it and interact with it. So I'm going to place that right above the controls. And I'm going to rename this to bridge controls just so it's clear what we're doing here. We're going to keep the objective marker properties the same. And from here, we're going to add a trigger volume right about there. And the player passes this unavoidable juncture, really. So I'll place a trigger there that's going to shift the objectives. When the player is inside the building and they approach the doors that lead out to the bridge, they get a glimpse here of the bridge controls. And they know that the presumption here is that they know the bridge controls will allow them to extend the bridge. So we want to change the objective here from reaching the bridge, which they've essentially done. They see the doors going out to the bridge. And we change that to extend the bridge. And we want to move the objective marker so that it appears over the controls here in this window on the right. We're going to start this next objective transition with another overlap event on the trigger box. And from here, we're going to do a once on this event. And I'm going to grab the player UI. And I'm going to complete the existing objective of reaching the bridge. And I think I'll add a small cosmetic delay here of 3 seconds. And then I'm going to drag out the player UI again. And I'm going to toggle the objective. In this case, I'm going to set it to hide and clear on hide in preparation for changing it. And after this, once I organize these differences a little bit, I'm going to do a set new objective here. We're just going to call this extend the bridge. It's telling us to use the button actor in the world. And I'm going to select the objective marker and call the enable objective marker function on it. And actually first I need to disable the previous objective marker. So I'm going to select this objective marker and I'm going to disable it. When hitting the trigger. All right, so now this objective transition is all scripted. Let's do a quick play test in the editor. All right, so this is our last objective, reach the bridge. When we hit the trigger volume, it completes the reach the bridge, hides the objective marker, shows the objective marker on the bridge controls, and gives us an objective to extend the bridge. When I interact at this point, it just says no power. We're going to do another transition from that point on. With the objective marker on the bridge controls, we know the player is going to try to extend the bridge by interacting with the bridge controls, but it's not going to work because it's in a lock state, which represents there's no power to the bridge. So we're going to have a look here in the level blueprint, which we set up before. This is the switch activated event that starts when the player interacts with the bridge control switch, and it actually extends the bridge if it's not locked. But we're starting off with a lock state. If we look in the properties, we see that it's locked. And if it is, we want to run a new event out of the true output here. So I'm going to drag out of the true output. I'm going to do this as a do once. And I'm going to create a couple events off here on the right where the objectives are kept in the event graph. I'll create a custom event. We'll call this on bridge controls no power. And I'll go back here to do once and call that event here. So when this event is called, I'm going to change the objective again. So for this objective transition, again, I'm going to do some scripting in the player UI. I'm going to toggle the objective. In this case, I'm going to hide it and clear it on hidden. And I'm going to select this objective marker and I'm going to disable it because the player has now interacted with the controls. And I'm going to add a small cosmetic delay of a couple seconds, should be okay. Do a sequence because I'm going to run two things in parallel again. Firstly, I'm going to display some more narrative information based on what just happened. I'm going to add a small cosmetic delay. Five seconds here till I set a new objective. Compile and save that. And for the display narrative, I'll show it there for about 8 seconds. And the objective text we'll call restart the mill machinery.
Unreal. Power. I'll need to restart the mill machinery, I think is what that says. Restart the mill machinery. Da, 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 da. Don't care about books at the moment.
And also, finally, we're going to toggle the objective on so we can show that new objective we just set there. Based on the fact that we know the player already passed the gear machine, we're going to add an objective marker to it. I'll just rename this gear machine. And here we're going to call the function enable objective marker on it, because we know the player would know where to go since they've already seen this. So that's fair to do that at this. And here we're going to call the function enable objective marker on it, because
Gear machine. Cinder!
Cinder_Tamarack just subscribed. Also, 16 months subbed.
Thank you for the sub, Cinder. It's good to see you. To get learning Unreal, take a part of animation, that's all.
Cinder_Tamarack just subscribed. Also, 16 months subbed.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why I started wanting to learn Unreal, and pivot away from Unity. Yeah, but yeah, hope you've been doing okay, Cinder. Had to go to the hospital. Oh, sorry, Cinder. Hopefully it wasn't too terrible. Hopefully things are recovering smoothly and without terrible incident. And there are a few times in my life. I know a few of us have. Get your lungs drained. Oh my. That's that can be very problematic. I hope that you are doing much better. Yeah, that's scary. It's very scary. Objective marker gear machine. Bridge controls. I don't have a copy of this yet. Gear machine. Oh. Okay, they've made a new one of these, and I don't have a new one. Got it. Why did that not duplicate? That's weird. There we go. That's the duplication I was looking for. Okay. Shine. Oh. That sounds awful. Yeah. I'm sorry I had to go through that, Cinder. again. I hope that you are recovering well. Yeah. Oof. Machinery control. Enable. Enable.
Objective marker to it. I'll just rename this gear machine.
Gear machine.
And here we're going to call the function enable objective marker on it, because we know the player would know where to go since they've already seen this, so that's fair to do that at this point in gameplay. We're going to need the ability to trigger events based on the player interacting with our interactive actors, whether they're locked or unlocked. So I'm going to need to add some functionality to the parent class of the gear machine. I'm going to add a function to enable
Interactive parent. Jorg!
Jaruk fattened 1 critters. Noot noot. My dolphin puns are terrible on purpose. Jaruk fattened 1 critters. Noot noot. My dolphin puns are terrible on purpose.
That's pretty bad, Yarg. Cinders haven't been hanging around lately. I've been busy with work and other things. I haven't been here in over 6 weeks, Cinder, so I don't think you have anything to apologize for. Yeah. Yeah. And also, how you doing, Yarg? Good to see you. Hope you have been well. How did they get to the parent class of this?
actors, whether they're locked or unlocked. So I'm going to need to add
Gear machines.
some functionality to the parent class of the gear machine.
Oh, I see. They just gone. They open the gear machine. Then they click the parent class here. Okay, there we go. Parents to interactive parent. You're doing fine than waking up at 3 a.m. Yeah. I'm glad you're doing okay at least.
Cinder_Tamarack fattened 1 critters. I'd make my own joke, but they tend to drag on.
Uh-huh. Right, Cinder? Cinder Dragon? though this duplication.
Cinder_Tamarack fattened 1 critters. I'd make my own joke, but they tend to drag on.
So this is actually brought up earlier in stream. Thanks, Mer. So obviously, like you know what a dragon is. You know what a dragon is. What does it drag off? So you have dragons. What are drag offs? What's a drag off? You know, drag on, drag off, drag on, drag off. I'm sorry. Undress dragons. Not sure you want to fix that. Cinder, they went extinct. Remember, that's what she said. Yeah. Oh man, my brain is shutting down even more by the moment. Oh. Oh.
I'm going to add a function to enable or disable the actor.
Enable interaction. Enable interaction. Yeah, I can just.
So I'm going to call this enable interaction. I'm going to pass a variable called enable. Do a branch check here. We're going to handle disabling and enabling this by changing and toggling the collisions on and off on these interact components that we added.
Interact collision, interact radius. Oh, interact collision, interact radius. Okay. Set collision enabled.
So right here, I'm going to, if it's true, I'm going to change the collision properties of these based on their default properties so that they can be overlapped and interacted with by the player. And if it's false, I'm going to set both of these.
Query only. Query only.
Cinder_Tamarack fattened 1 critters. Don't let a green dragon go into comedy. Every joke they make is a killer gas.
Silly Cinder.
Components properties to no collision. So on event begin play, I'm going to call this enable interaction, and I'm going to create a variable here that's exposed.
Okay. Interactive parent. Then go back to the event graph on and so enable not here. Begin play, I mean, is what I meant to say. So, enable interact. The variable. What do you call it?
Called interaction enabled. This will determine, once gameplay starts, if this actor can be interacted with. And we'll set this so the default state of interactive actors placed is interaction enabled true. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is add a custom event called start events.
What? That's weird. Do I change anything? I don't think I changed anything in that. Where are you? What are you? Save level as. What are you trying to save? What is there unsaved? I don't know what's unsaved. I'm so confused. What? What? Jexy, return to the gym. The stream goes. So heavily brain-addled. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, still sounds about right. Flex on how much. Oh my. Badger noise. No, badger. badger noises. Badger sound. That's not it. Just sounds. No, it's just sounds. It's just sounds. But. Yeah, I like that. That's just, you had it before. Badger kicker. There you go. All kickers. Oh my gosh, I'm having so much trouble focusing. What was I doing? Oh, is it so? Is your flex action? So BP interactive pair.
Next thing we need to do is add a custom event called Start Events on Lock. So this will be overridden in children, same as we had Start Events.
Start events unlocked. Start box search. What? Oh, it's already made. Got it. Okay.
On Interact, and I'm going to call it here an event.
There's no way that this is 1024. It's so blurry. Set hidden end game start events online. Oh, that's already there too. Okay.
Graph. So now with this set up in the interactive parent class, I can go back to our gear machine blueprint and I can override that Start Events on Lock.
Okay. Event unlocked.
Here and create a new event dispatcher called On Gear Machine Inspected. We can use this to drive events in the level blueprint. So now I can to drive events. In the level blueprint. So now I can see the properties of the gear machine, and I'm going to turn interaction enabled to false by default. Now I can see the properties of the gear machine, and I'm going to turn interaction enabled.
So I need to do this. I need to do this. Why would I have that?
So now I can see the property.
Interaction enabled. Oh, I didn't. Okay. There we go. Interaction
Of the gear machine, and I'm going to turn interaction enabled to false by default. And back here in the level blueprint for our objective transition, we're going to set enable interaction to true.
Okay, so we need the gear machine, which we already have. Enable interaction. Set to true.
And we're switching objectives. So we can now create an event based on that event dispatcher in the gear machine and use this to drive objective transitions. So we're going to call this once
What?
and use it.
On gear machine inspected. Wait, did you just make that?
So we can now create an event based on that event.
Oh, I see. Never check. Inspected new. What's it called?
Dispatcher in the gear
Why
machine.
is it just like underscore new? I'm confused. Did you change this to? BP gear machine. I still have the gear machine selected. Gear machine inspected. I don't know if that's what that's supposed to be. Why is mine not saying new? I don't know what that means.
And use this to drive objective transitions. So we're going to call this once. And then we're going to grab the objective marker here that's on the gear machine, and we're going to disable it once the player's tried to interact with it. We're going to grab the player UI, and we're going to display a narrative text here. And we're going to show it for about 8 seconds. We're going to delay this cosmetically for about 3. And from the player UI again, we're going to call toggle objectively for about it's on the gear machine, and we're going to disable it once the player's tried to interact with it. We're going to grab the player UI, and we're going to display a narrative text here. And we're going to show it for about 8 seconds. We're going to delay this cosmetically for about 3. And from the player UI again, we're going to call cosmetic.
What does that say? Drive shows machine produces powerful amount with the gear wheel is missing. Not that it really needs to actually be. You know, I think I don't have display narrative. I need show on there. Any other display narratives? Yeah, there we go, okay. Display narrative, delay.
For about 3. And from the player UI again, we're going to call toggle objective. Here we're going to hide and clear the existing objective. Then we're going to set a new objective while it's hidden. We're going to call this find the gear wheel, which doesn't use an objective marker because it's finding it. Now, because the player is going to interact with the gear machine without the gear wheel here and then later with it, we're going to make a Boolean to do a branch check for different things to happen depending on if the player has already inspected the gear machine or not. So we're going to call this gear machine inspected. And at this objective transition, we're going to track this variable and set it to true. Next, we have to do a bit of refined scripting in our and set it to true. Next, we have to do a bit of refined scripting in our switch actor to ensure that the switch activated event dispatcher gets called with a true result. We're going to go into the interactive switch. We're going to override the event we added earlier in the parent. Start events.
Interactive switch, wait, what? Where am I? BP interactive switch. God dang it! What is it? What is it trying to save? I don't know what's trying to save. What is it trying to save? Save level as? I'm not trying to save a new level. I don't have a new level. Okay, I'm just gonna do this because this is really driving me up the wall. Oh look, now it's showing. Okay. No. Auto. Auto. So confused. Auto. Sure, just save the blueprint so I can. Definitely feels like another thing with Unreal. I have encountered so many more bugs with Unreal than I have with Unity. Yes, please, open everything that I had. I would really love it. Really, 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 really would love it if you just did that always. I bet you there's an option for it somewhere. Okay. So fried.
Unlocked.
Tired.
And we're going to call the switch activated.
Wait, where were we? BP interactive switch. How do you get there? Where the heck was that? BP interactive. You already had that loaded. How long ago did you have that loaded? Where did you load that? When the heck did you load that? Oh, way back there. Okay. So it's that.
Enable interaction to true. Now create an event based on that event dispatcher in the gear machine. And then we're going to grab the objective marker here that's on the gear machine, and we're going to disable it once the player's tried to interact with it. We're going to grab the player UI, and we're going to display a narrative text here. And we're going to show it for about 8 seconds. We're going to delay this cosmetically for about 3, and then objective marker with Boolean Meridian and switch activated. We're going to go into dispatcher, gets called with
That's funny, Eric. I gotta send this to Bon. Bad time. Mirror select the 40K one. Wait, what was the 40K one? Oh, the 40K fans versus Pokemon fans?
the true result. We're going to go into the interactive
Okay, so I'm just straight up the interactive switch, okay.
switch. We're going to override the event we added earlier in the parent. Start events unlocked. And we're going to call the switch activated event dispatcher here with passing a locked true variable.
Cool, apparently it's already done.
Now when we play test the objective transition, we see extend the bridge as the objective. We see the marker on the controls. When the player interacts with the controls, marker goes away. Narrative information displays about the bridge controls having no power, informs them about the mill machinery, and the objective switches to restart the mill machinery. Now they see an objective marker on the mill machinery, so they can move to that. When they go to the mill machinery and interact with that, it tells them information about the gear wheel being missing, and the objective transitions over to find the gear wheel. This time without an objective marker, they're left to explore the inside of the mill until they find the gear wheel. If they go up this path up the stairs, they find the workshop, and they can see the gear wheel back inside the shop, but it's locked. And now we have to create a new objective transition for this part of the level. So although the player could have visited this door prior to investigating the actors downstairs, at this point, they can interact with the door and trigger some events with it. So the door is locked by default, and they can see that the gear wheel is there, but they can't reach it. So we're going to have some events that fire based on an event dispatcher from this door actor. For this next objective transition, we're going to drive the transition from the event dispatcher in the door actor.
Dispatcher in the door. I'll turn out the... I'm guessing they selected the Or push the button. Push the button. Simmer. AFK a couple minutes. Well, there's 4 minutes left in this video. I'm gonna push through finishing this video and I'm done for today. I can't do any more of this tonight. Alright, when you don't know what you want to play, because all you want to play is a game you don't have. You only want to play it because you don't have it. As soon as you have it, you'll be back in the same position. Indeed, right? Oh, oh man. 1000%, right? Oh, I'm gonna struggle to even finish this tonight. I need to finish this though. Oh.
And we're going to add a event dispatcher in the door.
Where did it go? Eat this.
And
On door interaction locked show. Door interaction locked. Okay.
we're going to add a event here for on door interact locked. We're going to check that boolean to see if the gear machine's been inspected. And if it's true, that's when gameplay will progress here. We'll do a do once on this.
No, don't set it.
Gameplay will progress.
Branch. Oh,
Has been inspected. And if it's true, that's when gameplay will progress here. We'll do a do once on this. Then we'll use the player UI to complete the objective of finding the gear wheel. They don't have the gear wheel, but they found the gear wheel. And we're going to run another sequence here in parallel. We're going to display narrative information about the gear wheel. We're going to show it for about 8 seconds. The gear wheel. They don't have the gear wheel, but they found.
Oh, okay. Do want us. Let's see. There you go. Enjoy. Have fun.
Found the gear wheel. And we're going to run another sequence here in parallel. We're going to display narrative information about the gear wheel. We're going to show it for about 8 seconds, giving them clues as to where it might be.
Farm locked gear wheel here in the workshop long ago. If it's the town hall, maybe I can find his keys there.
We're going to add a delay.
Oh! Well.
Delay here for 3 seconds. And from the player UI, we're going to toggle the objective.
Yeah, that's what I just. I don't know. What is your problem? Stop
We're going to hide it and clear it on hide so we can set a new objective. And from here, and after the delay, we will set a new objective to reach the town hall. This being information they gleaned from reading a note on the door. So at this point in the mission, reading a note from
What's the delay?
hide,
3.
and from the player UI, we're going to toggle the objective. We're going to hide it and clear it on hide so we can set a new objective. And from here, and after the delay, we will set a new objective to reach the town hall. This being information they gleaned from reading a note on the door. So at this point in the mission, at this stage in progression, we're directing the player to the locked door at the rear of the mill. So this door will be scripted to open at this time, and we'll figure out a reason for this in a future iteration, possibly due to a non-player character or enemy interference. So we're going to set this as locked to start.
Already? Jet door. Mill office. It's locked. It is locked. Do you actually change anything?
Iteration, possibly due to a non-player character.
Oh, it's different door. This door? Yeah, sure. Have fun with that.
Or enemy interference. So we're going to set this as locked to start. Next, I'll have to add a new objective marker to the door, leading the player there. It's not their final destination, but it's one of a series of linked objective markers we'll be using to lead them to the town hall.
Alright, that's the one that... Wait, no, that's an office door. Where's the one that goes outside? This one. This one goes outside. It's locked. Okay, yes. Locked indeed. I don't care. I kinda care. Okay. Oh. You're outside.
So I'm going to place this with the trigger volume outside the door, and I'm going to move the actual icon itself to just at the edge of the door. And that should work fine like that, the door. And I'm going to move the actual icon.
How'd you do that? How did you move just...
I'm going to place the
Oh, you could just do it here. Objective marker button. To get used to that. It's very interesting.
this with the trigger volume outside the door, and I'm going to move the actual icon itself to just at the edge of the door. And that should work fine like that. I'll rename this Leave Mill. Actually, no, I'll rename this to Reach Town Hall. That's more in keeping with the objectives. And we don't want, we don't want it enabled at start. We're going to enable this in the level blueprint. So we'll go to the level blueprint now. And we see it's not showing up in the level blueprint. That's because it accidentally was added to the persistent level, not the LD level. So I've moved it to the LD level, and I'm now enabling it here in the event graph at the end of this objective transition. Next, at the end of this transition, I'm going to script the opening of the door. So I'm going to select the door and call a function on it here in the level blueprint. A couple functions, actually. One we're going to set is unlock door. So the door can be fully interacted with at this point. And then I'm also going to call open door external, which is our call to force the door open. Now we can test our objective transition here in the editor. So we're at the workshop door. We see find the gear wheel is the objective. We interact with the locked door. It completes that objective. We get some information about maybe where the gear wheel is. And we get our new objective to reach the town hall. And we get our objective marker enabled on the door. So the player travels through the abandoned mill interior to the door here. And they emerge into the rest of the level, and we can pick up the objective progression from this point.
Alright, let's see how much I wrote. What's all the things? Bitch. You gotta cross the river. Oh no, too. I'm not doing this door. I'm gonna go in here. What? Reach the bridge. Extend the bridge. Low power. Oh no, restart the mission. Okay, I did just have a long delay. Restart. Replace the gear wheel! Find the gear wheel. Farm unlocked the gear wheel. Oh my gosh. Maybe I can find it. Jeez. Oh jeez. There's an open door here now. I never showed it. I never turned it on. It's not enabled. I never actually enabled it. Oh. I'm so done. My brain is absolutely fried. That's definitely it for me. Thanks everyone for hanging out. As always, be well, be safe, be yourself, be kind, and be all the good things. Have a great rest of your day.